and then you verify that code, and then the purchase can be complete. But for this particular instance, that didn't happen. Like, why? The only reason I knew I got hacked though was because they sent me a notification saying, review the suspicious activity. Was this you? And I was like, no, I did not spend $7,000 at the Microsoft store. Thank you very much. I got a phone call from my bank because I paid for something with a check. They wanted to make sure it wasn't fraud. Who pays with a check? They would flag that as suspicious for anyone. I went to the bank today and it was slow. Yeah, I feel like most of the time they are. What times do you stream in your time anyhow? It's 1 a.m. here. Usually I try and go live by 2 p.m. But it's like basically 4 p.m. now. Yeah, I spent so long talking to this person from the bank. You know, I don't like with a bank, you talk to a human, but the human sounds like a robot. Like, what's with that? Like, there's zero void of emotion. Like, why does every person from the bank sound like a robot? Maybe they are. Maybe they are a robot. I want to buy a pair of those headphones you're using now. Are they better than headsets? I can't use a headset because the weight of a headset gives me migraines. So I have to use headphones in ears. And I really like these a lot, yeah. I vouch for these. These are really good. Sennheiser make really good headphones. And these are SimGot. They're really good too. They're really good because they're actually, oh shit. They're IEMs. So you can actually replace the wire with the thingy. Put them like that. Can you hear yourself talking when you have them in? Yeah, they're not noise cancelling. They're just like normal earbuds. Bank people are died inside. Oh no, Satos, that's so sad. Shh, don't ask questions you don't want answers to. Wait, you still pay via check? No way, see. Really? There's no way. Is there a reason for that? Is it like more, is it just like more secure? It sounds super inconvenient. They also don't ruin your hair. I kind of wish I could wear earphones though, because I totally get those little clip-on cat ears. You know, the LED ones? Or I'd wear the Diva headsets too. I would totally wear the Diva headset. I have those. I actually cut the cord off though, because I use them only for cosplay. I was like, I don't need this cable. I'm never going to use it as an actual headset. Oh, I should probably get my vegetables. I can't hear them for my thesis presentation. Oh, you can't wear them for your thesis presentation? Wait, what do you mean? What's your thesis presentation? So many questions. I trust the security of the physical system, which is established and well audited, over the ad hoc and brand new online payment system. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Tried and tested. You say, oh my God, AC, thank you so much for gifting yourself to Baby Links. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. AC, hi. Mega love. For the Ghana, he doesn't have an online payment option and doesn't take credit cards. Most people pay via cash. Ah, wait, and do you give them, what do you give them? Check? Give them a check. Is a check sort of just like cash? Is a check just more of a traceable check is more traceable cash. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta turn my stove off. Exclamation point charity, guys. It's the last day. don't know that. I don't want. There's a joke that we should call Bear Grylls here. Wait, what is Bear Grylls gonna help you with? Living off from the land?
は歌いませ
As in to try to survive on our average salary?
来
We'll buy a table.
テーブルを買います。今日はパーティーをします。
Keep mixing that up. Go to and have, because to have is shimas, but then to go to is ikimas, and I always get it mixed up.
どのテーブルでか。あの冷蔵庫は新しいです。
Reizoko. Reizoko is refrigerator. Okay, tell me how bad my English is. It's not this, it's that. Oh my god. I know. Jesus. My brain.
何を買いますか？
彼はいつ来ますか？
When will he come? It's an old television. Terebi.
テレビ
Furui.
テレビです。
これはメニューですか？
Is this the menu?
昨日は勉強しませんでした。
I did not study yesterday.
今日は家にいます。
I am home today.
今日はパーティーをします。
You could actually get by on how much you know? Like in the country, do you think so? Thank you. That's my goal. It's like quite literally my goal. 今日はパーティーをします。Today I will have a party.
あの冷蔵庫は新しいです。
That refrigerator. How do you spell refrigerator? How am I spelling it wrong? There's no D in refrigerator? Wait, is there no D in refrigerator? But there is a D when you write fridge, like this. Fridge. That is so weird. Has anyone questioned this before? Yes, they have. Really? Couldn't find an answer. No, it makes perfect sense to me. Oh, let's see. We're on a 40-day streak. Look at that. Alright, might as well do the last one. Hashiri. Hashiri.
Sadari.
I don't know what hashiri is, if I had to be honest.
そり走り
Let's have a look. Hashiri. Oh, it's run. I learned this. I'm so slow. Hashiri. Okay. And Sampo's walk. Everyone questions English every day. Best I could find that fridge isn't short for refrigerator, but rather frigid. But I have no idea if that's true or not. like the letter W. You pronounce W, W. Instead of V, because it looks like a double V, W is a mega letter from a Greek alphabet. Yeah, that's fair. The mirror is new.
鏡は新しいです。
昨日 yesterday. Fridge is an abbreviation of Frigidaire. That makes more sense. Konnichiwa. You gotta use ha instead of the hiragana for wa. Blue luster. Common mistake. I swear to God, there was a mosquito that bit me or something last night. I'm itchy. Okay. Our family is big. Uchi no kazoku wa ookii desu. 手 hand. I do not draw pictures. Pictures is wa kakimasen. Benkyou. It's this kanji and this kanji. Ugh. Like, so similar.
英語を習います。
英語を習います。Narai. It's long, right? Narai. Maybe not. That's nagai. Narai is a habit. Oh. Wait. So how is that? What does that mean? I normally speak English, right?
英語を
Fudge! I
習い
didn't
ま
get to
す。
see what it said. I double entered. Fudge! So now I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. God, it just told me what it was. I'm gonna look it up. Learning. Really? Learning? But isn't that just Benkyou? Study. I guess so. Oh, I'm going to learn English. Narai. My older sister's outside. Ane
姉
ga
が
soto
外
ni
い
imasu.
ます。
Also 外に姉がいます。
月曜日は忙しいです。
Monday is busy. Welcome to Japan. Nihon. Yokoso.
ようこそ
Fudge. It's the hair. Nihon e yokoso.
昨日映画を見ました。
I forgot. 昨日映画を見ました。Yesterday, I watched a movie. I ate inside the restaurant. レストランで食べます。Fudge. Oh, they wanted me to say actually inside. No, レストランの中に食べます。No, I have to do it again. Come on, I can get my legendary trophy. Hashiri is run.
たり、そり、走り、
Hashiri.
ようこそ
Welcome. 昨日
昨日、
inside.
中
勉強。
勉強、
Are you busy on Monday?
月曜日。
月曜日は忙しい ですか?
鏡は新しいです。
This, the mirror is new. I wrote a book.
本を書きた
No! Ah, I didn't see the word new. My potato. Potato alert. 新しい本を書きました. It's okay. We still got 2 lives. I wrote a new book.
新しい本を書きた
うちの家族は大きいです。
I do not draw pictures.
えは書き
き
しょ
ません。
まん
日本語を習います
I am learning Japanese. My older sister's outside. 姉
姉
が
が
外にいます。
います。
はい週末は忙しいです
I don't want to put in any effort, but I wish I could watch anime without having to pay attention to the subs. Yeah, Tatsuda, wouldn't that be great? Yes. Yes. The weekend is busy. I am in front of you.
「あなたの前にいます」
more watermelons this year.
The fact that he said it sounds like a scam, and maybe it is. But regardless, that's what happens.
More fruit credits. A watermelon farmer needs more credits than she has to exchange for an irrigation system. So this new
He's already zoned out.
it's
It's getting complicated.
Her 7,500 credits if she promises to give 9,000 back in a year. This seems like a safe bet since she's already a successful watermelon farmer, and it's worth it for her since she'll get the new irrigation system, and worth it to this new fruit credit safeguarding business since they'll get more credits, and everyone ends up happier than when they started.
That's the goal.
Meanwhile, you're told that
That's
you
the
can take
goal.
your credits out at any time, and you can, even if they only kept 250 of them on hand. That's because there are 9 more farmers that deposited their 1,000 credits too, and even if the safeguarding business only kept a quarter of them, a quarter of all deposits is much more than your 1,000, and the chances of everyone wanting their credits at the same time is negligibly low. So, this is a free money
Until
machine.
they do. Until they do, and they cause an economic crash.
You make money, the bank makes money, and the watermelon farmer makes money. Everyone makes money. But wait, everyone makes money?
Does everyone make money?
You, the bank, and the watermelon farmer end up with more money than when you started. So where did it come from? If we turn this into a closed loop,
Well,
no
you
money
know where it
enters
comes from. The government is printing cha-ching, cha-ching.
or exits the system, we can track down the source. So 10 people with 10,000 credits each deposit 1,000, meaning the bank now has 10,000. The bank lends those 7,500 out to the watermelon farmer, meaning it now holds 2,500. She pays that 7,500 to one of the 10 depositors for an irrigation system they're selling. One growing season later, the farmer has 9,000 watermelons that she brings to the market and sells 900 of them to each of the same group of 10 that put their money into the bank. They now each have 9,100 credits, 1,000 of which sit in the bank. Meanwhile, the farmer has 9,000 which she gives to the bank, meaning it now holds 11,500 credits. So the farmer has nothing, the 10 individuals have 98,500 total, and the bank has 11,500, meaning there are now 110,000 credits in the system. Once again, money has appeared out of thin air. So, its source. In the very first step, 10,000 credit deposits go into the bank, but the 10 individuals still each have
Backed by gold.
$10,000. It's just that 1,000 is in the bank. That's not the bank's money, so the 10,000 sitting in their vault isn't theirs, which means the money is created exactly now. The moment that loan goes out, new money has appeared. The original depositors still have their 100,000 credits because with the way the fractional reserve banking system works, they can all, on an individual level, withdraw their 10,000. But simultaneously, the watermelon farmer has 7,500 very real credits.
Yeah.
If you have a roommate that you agree to share your blender with,
They're just talking about
only
fractional
one blender
reserve.
physically exists, but 2 blenders worth of value is being extracted from it because you're both using it just as much as you'd use your own dedicated blender. That's essentially what's happening with money, except that with money, we track the
Blender.
per person value rather than the per blender value. Now, it'd be easy
Why do
to
they have
argue
to use
that
a
we can't
blender?
consider the bank to have created 10,000 credits. And that's fair because the system wouldn't work if it lent 10,000 because it couldn't give the original depositors their money back. But it does work when they give away 7,500. A 25% reserve ratio is very typical in a fractional reserve banking system, so we can at least say 7,500 was created. You could still argue that the 7,500 isn't actually money since it's eventually owed back to the depositors, except that if you trust and engage in the global financial system, that's not what you believe. When you receive a loan, you can take out that money in cash, and when you deposit money in a bank account, you can take out that money in cash. It is very real money representing very real value.
Yeah.
This is exactly why answering the question of how
This
much
is still
money
the
exists
tutorial part
is
of the
so
video.
tough. There are
God
at least
damn.
6 different commonly accepted definitions incorporating different combinations of currency, demand deposits, traveler's checks, time deposits, and more. And
Okay.
this means of money creation is one of the primary activities that central banks like the Federal Reserve, Bank of England, or Bank of Japan seek to administer and regulate.
Oh,
They're in
they
charge of
they
telling
have to
banks
kind
how
of,
much
aren't
money
they?
they have to keep in reserves, which throttles how much money appears out of thin air through banks' lending process. Of course, the aspect to take note of is the fact that money is created when it moves. Money is never created while it's sitting still. So back in 1867, when moving money was tough and banks were rudimentary, physical currency still pretty well correlated to the total supply of money. Most dollars were represented by a
Yeah, but now
physical
it's
bill or
digital.
coin.
What's up, Tay Tay?
But
How's it
since
going?
then, well, things have changed.
Oof.
Abstraction
Look at that
helps
graph.
money move. Adding paper stand-ins for
at
precious
that gold.
rare minerals speeds up the transportation
That looks
of
nice.
funds and transactions. Abstraction
Can I have
helps
one? Just
money
one.
grow, too,
Not greedy.
as a bank's ability to loan
one
money
gold
provides
bar.
its customers the assets to then create value. Abstraction, however, doesn't alone move money from one bank to the next, one town to the next, one state to the next, or one country to the next like it does today. That required standardization.
Just one AC.
Before the Civil War, there were thousands of different
it's really
types of
heavy
paper
too,
money
Rusty
backed
Bob.
by all sorts of private and public institutions in the U.S. Say, for example, a watchmaker from Waltham, Massachusetts in 1857 went into their bank to withdraw this $20 bill to buy some machinery down in Brookline.
$20
This
for
isn't
machinery.
The $20 bill anyone today is used to. This is a Waltham Bank $20 bill, redeemable in gold at only the Waltham Bank, but of uncertain value to anyone outside of the Waltham Bank.
Interesting.
Now, while the watchmaker's not taking on the risk or inconvenience of carrying 20 Waltham dollars worth of gold, there's also no guarantee that the merchant in Brookline will take the note from a bank so far out of their way. Perhaps because of the distance, they'll tack on a fee for the inconvenience of cashing the note and say the machinery is now 23 Waltham dollars. Or perhaps
Oh,
the
wow, look at
watchmaker
this
gets
old
lucky
footage
and they are only one of many business relations the
of a
Brookline
bank.
merchant keeps in the Waltham area, then maybe the merchant will accept the Waltham dollars knowing they'll be able to use the bill in the future.
Oh my
Regardless of
God.
the fate of the Waltham watchmaker, what their predicament underscores is that money, when in many different forms from many different places, was hard to move, hard to transact with, and
Why
hard
is
to
it all
take
gooey?
outside of one's immediate community. All this changed with the National Currency
What the
Acts
hell was that clip, guys? It's a comedy? It's all gooey. That just ate into my OCD 100%. I hated watching that. Why did they include that in this clip?
the 1860s. Out went thousands of separately backed private banknotes, in came nationally chartered banks, and so began a new era of money moving with a new means
The
with
wax
which to
seals
do
for
it.
notes.
The modern check. Under the new rules, all nationally chartered banks had to carry about 25% of their liabilities in reserve. In other words, of all the money they were good for, a quarter of that needed to be held in gold in the basement. Crucially, though, these smaller banks, or country banks, could hold these reserves in the central reserve cities, or the few big banks. Effectively, the two banks were now connected. Someone could now take a check from their local bank, head into the city and buy supplies, and that check could then be settled at the larger correspondent bank without any gold having to move outside the vault. And not only were these two banks connected, countless small banks were now all linked together through that correspondent bank functioning as a hub. This
Interesting.
single connection had major consequences. It allowed a customer to move money regionally without the hassle of navigating a maze of domestic exchange rates, thus stimulating growth, and without the slow and risky necessity of moving actual coins or cash from bank to bank, making the process quicker. In this environment, armed with a Waltham check rather than Waltham dollars, a watchmaker could pay for their supplies, the merchant could deposit their check at the Brookline Bank, and the Brookline
My
Bank,
head is
in
getting
turn,
inflated.
assuming because of their
We're learning
proximity to their
stuff.
share correspondent bank, would send the check to the correspondent, which then would
Mm-hmm.
balance each bank's funds by moving money across the basement.
Yeah, okay.
Now, this process at the time was far from efficient, especially when banks didn't share immediate correspondent banks. When a check moved money between banks without a direct link, they had to find a third-party bank, or in some cases multiple banks, to bridge the gap and connect them with a correspondent, racking up fees, delays, and postage all along the way. Take, for example, this check from 1898 for $43.56, which was deposited at the Second National Bank of Hoboken, New Jersey, before Second National then sent it to Harvey Fisk & Sons, who sent it to the Globe National Bank of Boston, who sent it to the First National Bank of Tonawanda, who sent it to the National Exchange Bank of Albany, who then sent it to a bank in Port Jefferson, who then sent it here, 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 where it was finally drawn.
What?
Still, while inefficient, these early checks were a critical stepping stone in standardizing and moving an increasingly abstract form of money. Bank account totals denoted in dollars, not gold. The use of checks and the ease of their accounting took a major step forward with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, which split the nation into 12 separate regions and tasked each regional Federal Reserve Bank with filling the role of clearinghouse for all regional checks. This centralization streamlined processing, as a bank could now credit a merchant's account and know exactly which Federal Reserve Bank to send it to. It also codified
The fact this video was made means this isn't taught in schools anymore? Wait, what? Was it ever? Was fractional reserve ever taught in schools? I'm so scared to find out what the modern education curriculum is like for K-12. Dude, you would be scared. why do you think, see, I have said from the very beginning, everything that's wrong with society stems from the education system. They don't teach this stuff in school. They don't teach you about money. They don't even teach you how to file your taxes. I like kind of something you need to know. Kind of important.
And become increasingly abstract in the decades to come. Rigorous accounting. In the early 1900s,
Maybe if you
checks were still
if you go to
rather
university
rare,
and you
refused to remain
specifically
close to
go
original.
study
Then came the
economy,
50s.
maybe, or
Now,
business. What
Americans
would
were
it
making
branch
more money
under?
than ever, spending more money than ever, and had more bank accounts than ever.
You learned
From
that, see?
1943 to
Man,
1952,
the education
national
system's
check use
changed,
doubled from
is all
4
I
to
can
8
say.
billion a year, and through multi-step proofing and processing, American banks were wading through some 69 million checks every day.
I mean, if you're studying accounting, Alex, you would be studying.
Closed at 2 in the afternoon to shift all work to matching signatures, running the adding machine, double-checking the math, and packaging the checks for shipping to the Federal Reserve. The work was grueling. Most clerical staff at banks quit within a year, but it was absolutely necessary. With more money passing through their hands than ever before, they had to be as accurate as humanly possible. Relief, though, came in the form of a computer the size of a room designed by the Stanford Research Institute, funded by the Bank of America, and built by IBM.
Wow.
They called it the Electronic Recording Machine Accounting, or IRMA, and it transformed banking. Before IRMA, checks were processed at every bank branch, they came in all sizes, and they weren't identified by bank account numbers. To move the process of sorting checks to the computer, they need to be the same size and they need numbers rather than names to be organized by. Once those standards were adopted, checks were entered into the computer, which read the magnetic ink, and if the account belonged to a Bank of America branch, IRMA would access the account stored in its 16 by 20 inch magnetic memory, check for any account holds, make sure the balance in the account was positive, draw the amount, tally the total, save the new balance, and print the new record. Where human eyes misread and human hands mistyped, IRMA didn't, as the computer even went so far as to check the routing number by plugging the digits into this algorithm to ensure the check's legitimacy.
I've seen American checks because I have an American bank account as well. And, you know, you have that little number at the bottom when I was on my J1 visa. What's up, Majin Obama? Thank you. I will do my very best. Thank you very much. How are you doing? Yes, last day of the charity, you guys. Exclamation point charity. I remember these checks with strange numbers. This is what an American bank check still looks like. I told you this was a good video. It starts slow, but it gets really fascinating once it gets past the economic theory.
Now, the paper processing crisis that began in the 1950s
Those computers
is
are
not solely
wild.
a Bank of America problem.
Look at those
It's
computers.
structural. From monthly insurance bills to tax returns to social security checks, no matter how many sorting machines were added to the system, if every transaction took the form of a flimsy paper check that needed to physically pass from person to bank to Fed to bank, then the paper avalanche simply couldn't be contained. So, payment systems went electronic, and the automated clearinghouse network revolutionized the domestic movement of money when adopted in the 1970s.
Wow.
With thousands of checks once poured into reserve banks and private clearinghouses every day, the ACH network now allowed for direct deposits, automatic payments, and ATM transactions. Now someone looking to pay their insurance premium could hand over their bank account information to the insurance company. The company's bank would then create an ACH entry requesting to withdraw money. The request would be processed by the ACH's operator, and the money would be debited from one account and credited to the other. No check required. Of course, security and the ability to uphold accurate accounting were of paramount concern in an era before the internet. Companies adopted microdeposits as a means to verify bank accounts. Federal Reserve officials helped form a regulatory body called NACHA, and in 1978, Congress passed the Electronic Fund Transfer Act to limit customer liability and protect them against wrong or fraudulent charges. The measures successfully erased consumer fears. Today, the ACH network moves over $50 trillion across 23 billion transfers a year.
Oh my God.
While ACH securely moves mountains of money stateside, its role ends where the US does. For international transfers, there's the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications, or SWIFT, which, like ACH, was established in the 70s to streamline payments, but at the international scale. SWIFT doesn't actually move money, but instead provides its 11,000 member banks a secure network and a standardized messaging format to send payment orders. Prior to SWIFT, international transfers lacked standardization, security, and accuracy. So, SWIFT started from scratch, organizing its member banks in a manner similar to the routing numbers on a check, assigning each an 8 to 11 character code that denotes bank name, country, location, and branch. The program
Nice.
also standardized how payments were communicated. They start with a bank code, but the payment instructions are outlined in an MT-103 document, which, as they're processed, can be tracked by the bank and, once the transaction is complete, will function as a receipt. Now, if someone's wiring
Arrest
money
this
from the
hacker.
US through, say, Bank of America to Germany through Deutsche Bank,
XRP,
rather than actually
MPK,
sending money,
you
the
hodling?
MT-103 will tell
You
Deutsche
hodling?
Bank how many dollars to pull from Bank of America's Nostra account held at Deutsche Bank and convert them to euros to be deposited into the recipient's account. Like
Hodl for
correspondent banks
life.
settling checks in the early 1900s without taking the
What's
risk
up,
of
Duke?
shipping
How's it
gold
going? I heard you're
in
going to
mail,
TwitchCon.
SWIFT members are able to fulfill international transactions without actually moving money across oceans.
Are you gonna room with
For its
MRQ?
simplicity relative to programs before it, once a SWIFT transfer is initiated and then communicated through SwiftNet's encrypted message system, a transfer is usually completed within 24 to 48 hours, with more
gonna peel my
complicated
eggs.
multi-bank transactions accounting for some transfers taking longer. Still, even though SWIFT functions as a member-owned cooperative and therefore doesn't maximize profit,
What?
it's neither cheap nor easy to manage a global network capable of securely passing along more than 40 million messages a day. This cost is felt by member banks who pay to enter
What?
SWIFT,
What?
then pay SWIFT by the message. Costs that add up, and costs that trickle down, too. Today, each international transfer, be it part of everyday business or someone sending money to their family
peeling my
back
egg.
home, usually gets tagged with a fee likely starting in the $40 range. Considering the cost and complexity of transferring money, some have identified the opportunity of layering a simpler system on top of it. Wise, for example, is one of the world's hottest fintech startups focusing primarily on remittances. There are loads of low to medium income people working outside of their home country who pay those huge fees to send money to their families back home, but Wise designed a system that almost entirely circumvents those intermediaries. Essentially, if someone in the US is sending $1,000 to someone in Australia, they actually transfer money into Wise's American account, then the company instructs its Australian account to send the equivalent amount, minus fees, to the recipient. They're essentially a private market equivalent of SWIFT. It's a dead simple system that leads to the same end result, but with far less cost and complexity. Banks
smart.
can't do this. You see, if Wise messes up and sends the recipient money without debiting the sender, the company is out $1,000.
Oh, I just said I heard you're going
If
to
a bank
TwitchCon
messes
now.
up and gives the recipient $1,000 without the sender being debited,
I'm
$1,000
jealous.
just appears out of nowhere. So that can't happen. It just simply can't. If it does, money breaks. Our trust breaks. The system breaks. If money erroneously appears outside of the context in which we allow it to appear, then it's not functioning like its physical counterpart would. Money really is just a means of accounting. It's accounting for the fact that you owe me an orange. But if you give me the orange and
Back to the
I don't give
orange.
you the fruit credit, then the system didn't work. The accounting failed. For the modern digital financial system to function at all, the process of transfer has to be as
There you go.
infallible
You
as
got
the
your
process of
passport back.
handing a play
Nice.
ball from one person to the
I'm
next.
jealous.
Simulating physicality in a digital network as vast and distributed as the global financial system is incredibly complex, considering how complex the system itself is. These expensive, burdensome middlemen are the institutions that protect that simulated physicality, so without them, money is worthless. Alternatives are arising, most notably the blockchain, and central banks like the Federal Reserve are studying whether to introduce blockchain-based digital currencies, but for now, the world still runs on money, and money's value is all in the system's ability to account for it. Few things in the digital world are as finite as money, with one notable exception: domains. There is only one wendoverproductions.com, for example. That scarcity means domains have real value, and they especially have real value to you if you start a business or a YouTube channel or something where having the corresponding domain name matters. Hover can help with that. They're the domain marketplace that I've used to buy all of my domains. because they have
transition to
fair
the
and
ad.
transparent pricing, a
Yeah,
super
good
quick
transition to the ad. I
processing
liked it.
process,
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Hey.
Little League U baseball is a very good thing because it keeps the parents off the streets. Yogi Berra.
Yogi Berra. Thank you so much, C. Appreciate that. Oh my god.
Also, lettuce.
Thank you so
You
much.
can observe a lot by just watching YouTuber.
It didn't make the ping sound, so I was pretty confused for a second there. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
No one goes there nowadays. It's too crowded. YouTuber.
Am I cute? Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Let me put you on the board. Where's my markers? Do 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 do. Okay. Oh, I can't hear. Wait, what can't you hear? Someone? It's a delay. Guys, don't forget exclamation point charity. Are we aspiring from the irony? Why is my pink running low? Give me a sec.
When you come to a fork in the road, take it. Yogi Berra.
Who's Yogi Berra? There we go. That looks good. That looks nice. There we go. Perfect. All right, you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Welcome to my stream. If you guys are new here, warm welcome.
Yogi Berra be hype.
Say Charles, thank you so much. Yogi Berra. Who is Yogi Berra? Wait, what? Zoomers don't know what Futurama is. Is that true? The amazing, incredible Satas. Thank you. Look, some of them, yeah. Wait, does it just not play on TV or something? Okay. Okay. Prob don't know when Ren is to be? Oh yeah, probably not. That one's a bit of an old one though. I could understand that, but Futurama? Feel bad for some kids only know Teen Titans. Do you guys watch the Internet Historian? No, Ninjas didn't pass. He released a new video 2 days ago about the man in a cave, and bro, like, it was so scary. It was so scary. Do you see people just dying off? Yeah, let's watch this while I peel this egg. And then we'll play some StarCraft.
The new iPhone XD, the future of mobile. Hi, I'm Steve Jobs, and I've come back from a cold dark grave to tell you about our latest innovation. But just before I show you this new phone, I want to tell you a story. It begins in 2013, and we had just released the new iOS 7. It was a proud moment for us, and it all went off without a hitch. That is, until 4chan had an idea.
A bogus ad that could cost you hundreds of dollars.
They started spreading rumors that the software upgrade made your phone waterproof.
What? Yo, Ali Neko, thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? Welcome everybody from Ali Neko stream. Thank you, thank you. What were you playing? Welcome, guys. Super warm welcome. I'm just doing my just chatting segment. We'll be playing some games in a bit. I'm peeling my egg. I'm peeling my egg. Welcome. Thank you so much for raiding us. What do you play, Ali? What's up, Prime? Everyone that just came into the stream, super warm welcome. My name's Livy B. I eat egg in the morning. A streamer. Playing some Dead by Daylight. Nice. Sounds freaking awesome. Is it October after all? It is the month of the spoopies. Spoopy month. Wait. I don't have my sesame dressing. I gotta go get it downstairs. I'll get a letter. Hey, Hero Bros! Thank you so much for the raid. Not raid. Gifted sub. Jesus. The gifted sub for Ali Neko, who raided. Yeah, super good. Let me put you on the board. I was just gonna watch this quick video while I peeled my egg. Let me put you on the board. Hero Bros. I've watched several videos like that and make me feel old. Oh my, Anonymous! Thank you so much for the charity donation. Legend! Yo, I went to the bookstore and asked the saleswoman where the self-help section was. She said if she told me, it would defeat the purpose. Oh, gee. Perfect. Beautiful. What time is it in Australia? It's almost 5 p.m. here. Yeah, let's watch this one. I'm interested. The Great iPhone Massacre.
And they even started making marketing materials that looked like ads. According to these ads, advanced algorithms in the new iOS allowed the phone to detect when water was touching the circuitry. This would then trigger an automatic disconnect of the battery. Of course, this doesn't make any sense. But that didn't stop our customers from trying it anyway. This doesn't make any sense. There were a number of news stories.
What I did not do, however, was then drop my phone into a bowl of water. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about others.
So how close would you get your cell phone to the water? Well...
All right, Tony.
This is not funny.
Thank God we don't offer warranty on water damage. A year later, in September 2014,
Oh my
we were
god.
excited to release the new iOS 8. Well, it turned out that 4chan had
Disney.
also been planning to release a new feature, Apple Wave. They made another marketing campaign that claimed even more sophisticated algorithms that allowed the new iPhone battery to be charged by simply popping the thing in the microwave for 2 minutes on high. They claimed that the
that's
RF
dangerous.
transmitter, which is used to connect to the radio towers, could be used to absorb the microwaves and send them straight down to the battery. People really did this, by the way. And the news picked up on it too.
Yeah, don't put your phone in the microwave, don't put your phone in the toilet. I mean, come on, a lot of these things seem they should be common sense.
Charge your phone.
Probably broke the microwave as well.
Just to be clear, don't ever, ever do that.
Now, it's hard to know for sure which of these tweets are real or hoaxes.
Ruined your phone and your
and some of the
microwave.
news reports claimed that no one actually tried this at all.
Brian says most people haven't fallen, or at least admitted to have fallen, for the destructive ploy.
However, these pitiable cries on the Apple forums say
Look
otherwise.
what's doing there.
What can I do if I microwave my phone? Help! iPhone put in microwave and not working. I know it's stupid, but I put my phone in the microwave.
Okay, let's say I stuck my
I
phone
fell
in the
for
microwave.
your phone and it will charge.
Drop it.
There's no way people did this.
I'm stupid, please help.
And
I'm
even the
stupid, please
LAPD
help.
had to issue a warning after receiving a large number of distressed phone
I'm
calls.
stupid, please help.
How they were able to call the police, I haven't quite figured out.
Do you actually
Now,
remember
the
this?
next campaign started only a few days later. On the iPhone 6,
Look
we
at the-
decided to use an
Why do you
aluminium
feel like-
chassis. It was cheaper, lighter, and it looked very nice. But
Did
yes,
they
you could
actually
also
disc
bend the
us? Oh
hell
my
out.
god. How are you doing today?
6 Plus bends a lot.
So all our hipster customers with their skinny jeans were discovering a nice arse curve in their new phone. Thus, hashtag Bendgate was born. Some other brands took the opportunity to take the piss. Our Twitter got flooded with the same bad accessory joke. To prevent damage, we needed you to be more delicate with your phones. Or just buy a case. But instead,
Let's buy a
4chan was there
case.
to make another marketing campaign. They decided that bend wasn't a bug, it was a feature. And people were encouraged to bend until their screen popped right out. And you did.
Oh my god.
The next 2 years passed without much
What a
happening.
troll.
But then in 2016 we released the new iPhone 7. And courageously, it featured no headphone jack. But one YouTuber, TechRax, decided to tell people otherwise.
Hidden inside your iPhone 7 is a 3.5 millimeter audio jack.
And apparently all you had to do was drill for it.
No.
Article after article about people drilling into their phones.
That's
But we're
not-
just scratching the
Who even can be
veneer of
bothered?
dumbassery. There was a bug that bricked your phone permanently if you set the date to January 1st, 1970.
It ends up with a time
Does it?
before January the 1st, 1970, which should just be a negative integer. Except it's not. It's wrapped all the way round. It's giving you a date 20 times longer than the expected lifespan of the universe.
So some idiot made
What?
a
Wait, say again? Say one more time? They did what? A bug that bricked your phone permanently if you set it to the date, January 1st, 1970. Does it really brick it?
20 times longer than the expected lifespan of the universe.
So some idiot made a campaign there too. Big lines at the Genius Bar that week. But there's one
Big lines at the Genius Bar that week.
last thing. We put a tiny seam in the side of your iPhone 6 so that it pulled out your hair every time you put your phone up to your face. I made that design decision. I thought it was funny. And all of this brings us to today and your new iPhone.
XD.
This is it. This is what you get. No more nice things. You can drown it. You can microwave it. You can drill it. And you can bend it. And it'll still pull out some of your hair. Does it work? No. But it's what you deserve. Fuck you, stupids. I'm going back to my tomb.
Jesus.
Available in 3 hard drive sizes, 12 megabytes, 13 megabytes, and 128 gigabytes.
That was funny. I like this guy. I subscribed. Yeah, it's good.
In March...
Yeah, it's playing another video. Okay, let's do some StarCraft. January 1st, 1970 is the time started. Is when time started according to Unix, which modern operating systems are built on. A day of 0 is January 1st, 1970. Is that true? For anyone about as old as I am or older, you're welcome. Wait, what's this?
Don't forget to subscribe to both Recollection
Sorry,
World
AC.
channels so you never miss a new video.
Hey,
Also,
Ainsley.
make sure to share and like the video to help it reach more people. Now let's take a look at some strange and obsolete home features from the past.
Home features, okay.
Sleeping porches, which are half inside and half outside, were meant to be a cooler place for people in warmer climates to sleep during the summer months. The sleeping porch could also be used as a bedroom for someone suffering from health problems, and doctors
What?
would even recommend that patients with tuberculosis sleep in these rooms year-round. Despite the name, a sleeping porch wasn't always by the front door. It could also be a deck or a balcony, and they were usually screened in or surrounded by windows that could be opened for airflow.
Oh, there's a house that has a sleeping porch. Wasn't
Metal
called a sleeping
plates
porch, it's
like
just called
this
like an
one
indoor
can be
veranda.
found on older homes that were built
Yeah,
using
that I went to a
bricks.
house inspection for. It was
These
really nice,
cast
actually.
or wrought iron plates, often shaped as an S, X, or even a star, are peculiar when you see them on houses today. But they are actually wall anchor plates that would prevent the bricks
What's
from
up,
going
LS
outward
Nation?
or
Take
even
care.
collapsing. The plates were evenly spaced and were connected to rods that went through the wall, which helped to make them more stable.
What is it? What is it?
Some old houses still use oil to heat the house, but they're becoming increasingly rare. To heat your home using oil, it would require large storage tanks which held the fuel. These old oil tanks could be found in basements and were considered a cleaner way to heat your home instead of using coal. But the oil could be expensive, and the tanks were prone to leaking and could become hazardous. Many
Ooh.
older homes have abandoned using them, but the tanks may still remain.
Holds the bricks to help
Does your
to
home
keep them
have
from
a strange
collapsing.
little
Really?
door in your kitchen or pantry? This was used as an access door for ice delivery.
Wow.
Many homes had a designated area in the pantry or the kitchen that was meant solely for the ice box. The small exterior access door made delivery by the iceman much easier, which allowed the fresh ice to be dropped off without coming inside the house.
Wow.
Dutch doors were popular with 18th century Dutch settlers, and they are doors that are split horizontally in the middle. This would allow you to open just the top to let in the sun and air, while at the same time keeping out animals.
I've never seen a Dutch door, actually.
The large telephones of the past were often situated in a common area of the home, and in that spot you would find a niche designed specifically for the hefty telephone. Many homes today retain this architectural detail. However, the space is more often used as a place to hang keys, store mail, or display knickknacks.
Yeah, niches are cool. I like them. They originated for the big phones, did they?
If your house has a tiny iron door that leads to the basement, then you most likely had a coal chute at one time. Prior to oil or natural gas,
Interesting.
many families heated their homes by burning coal. Coal delivery men traveled door to door to provide people the fuel they needed to power their furnace. They would shovel the coal through the small door and down the chute into the basement. Once in the basement, homeowners could shovel the coal directly into the furnace.
That sounds
Today,
very
most
inconvenient.
of the chutes are gone, but you can still find the iron doors on the outside of older homes.
That sounds super inconvenient.
Knob and tube wiring was an early standardized method of electrical wiring, which lasted from the 1880s.
What if you just imagine, like, hey, honey, put some more coal in the furnace, please? And he goes down, gets out the shovel, and into the furnace.
Until the 1930s. The system consisted of single insulated copper conductors, run within walls or ceiling cavities. Knob and tube wiring was replaced as the method for wiring homes because of the installation costs. As you can see, it was very intricate and therefore time-consuming to have installed. Not to mention, new wiring cables were much safer. Push-button light switches emerged in the late 19th century, but eventually gave way to the toggle switch. The toggle light switches we use today weren't invented until 1917. So if your house has these old push buttons, your home is over a century old. Although these buttons may look functional, they were prone to sticking in one position, which wasn't very convenient. The modern fireplace is generally decorative, but traditional fireplaces were essential to keep homes warm during the winter months. Often fireplaces could be found in every major room of the house. The introduction of furnaces and later central heating rendered most of these fireplaces obsolete, and many were sealed off. A Hoosier cabinet was a freestanding kitchen cabinet that doubled as a workstation. These cabinets were commonplace in kitchens during the first few decades of the 20th century. They would eventually decline in popularity once built-in kitchen cabinetry and countertops became the norm.
Yeah. I just found a hairdryer in the bathroom.
If you've ever walked up to someone's front door and seen a cast iron contraption on the ground by the threshold, then you've seen a boot scraper. Boot scrapers popped up in the 18th and 19th centuries and were meant to clear the mud off your boots before walking into a home. As paved streets and sidewalks modernized cities, the boot scraper declined in necessity, but you may still find them adding unique character to some older homes.
Interesting. Boot scrapers.
Invented in 1855, steam radiators were traditionally made of cast or wrought iron, and remained popular despite being less efficient than modern HVAC systems. The radiators made a distinct occasional ping sound, which was caused by water droplets being flung by steam pressure. The radiators were cheaper and more efficient than hot water heaters in early skyscrapers, and they also provided the first form of centralized heating in many homes.
That's a really fancy radiator.
Decades ago, bathroom medicine cabinets were designed with a tiny slit in them to dispose of old razor blades used for shaving. The blades would fall into the wall cavity and be hidden from view. That is until you renovated your bathroom and pulled the old medicine cabinet out to find hundreds of rusty razor blades.
Oh my god! How does that make any sense, by the way? They're just like, oh, we just put our used razor blade in here. What do they expect them to go? Like, La La Land? Like, why is it just gonna sit underneath, rusting and being all gross in the underneath the thing? That's a problem for later me.
Home milk delivery was common practice during the first half of the 20th century.
Just put it in the wall.
To make delivery easier, many homes had a milk door that could be used to receive milk and other dairy products. You could also put your empty glass bottles there so they could be picked up. The small door was situated on the exterior of the house and had a door that opened from the outside and another door that opened from the inside, so you could retrieve your milk from the insulated box.
Milk and package receiver.
Picture rails became common in the mid-1800s as a way to hang pictures or wall decorations. A movable hook was placed on the molding, and the picture hung down, which saved the wall surface from damage.
I've seen that before.
By the 1940s, the picture rail was outdated, and patching walls became much easier for homeowners.
I think picture rails don't look as pretty, though.
Most of these disappeared from walls.
Yeah.
In older historic homes, this is a detail that is often added back as a way to restore the original character of the home. If you enjoyed this video, click on this playlist to watch even more. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
Picture rails are great for hanging lights, etc., especially for home studios. Text used to fill a small blade disposable case. Home studios have re-added picture rails They're just steel and in grid overhead. Interesting. That was hella interesting, guys. Thanks for sharing that. Did you do your Duolingo triple hole? Nice. Sad thing is, I've come across every single one of those. What about every single one of these? What is this tall silver thing in the dining room of a 1960s California home? Looks like a scale. Wait, looks like a pregnancy test. You sunk my enterprise. A thumb thing. Do. Oh, Disley, you gotta kind of let me know you're linking something before you link it. What is it? What's the video? Wait, what is this? It's gotta be bad clip from IKEA. Recently moved into an older house. There are 2 of these outlets in the house with weird device behind them. What is this? Motion sensor for alarm. It's a remote area of a... I would say motion sensor for an alarm system. Huh. It's a very old one. What is this thing on top of the mountain building in Manhattan? And I'm only gonna pierce my left ear. What's this thing sticking out of the ceiling of my Airbnb? That's a sprinkler head, mask and cap. For when paint might clog the sprinklers, lazy painter didn't take its own. Ah. It's a video about how to ask for sex in French. It's not PG. Oh. Okay. You sent me something on Discord? Let me have a look. Oh, yep. Let's have a look. We have a song request, actually. Oh, that donation went to the Tea for Honey Vic Inn. Love it. One sec, let me just play the song. Great, so I've read it. You'll learn some interesting things there. Okay, thank you, Maki, for linking that. Let's play some StarCraft. Okay. Doubt? What are you doubting? What are you doubting? Nightbot. That's funny. Am I cute? StarCraft is the best. The best game. It's the best game. I want some more tea. Protoss.
Good luck. Have fun.
Okay. Logged in, watching a streamer. Why did I just get an email ad reminding me to check out streamers? What? Really? Clearly, if it doesn't play StarCraft, it's a dead game. Either this is an imposter or the lizards have taken over and are forcing you to play it in order to accomplish their own political gains. Goals. What's up, Justin? Thank you. Thank you, Attic. You are onto them, Rusty Bob. Yeah, ain't nothing gonna get past them lizard people. Not with you on the case. Alright. Alright, he's chronoing something out of that gateway. Blink twice, the lizard people already have control of the Australian government. Dude, I don't even know about anything about these lizard people. Anonymous! Thank you! Appreciate the $20 towards charity! Yes! Makes me very happy. Pew! It says, Guy told me today he did not know what cloning is. I told him that makes two of us. That's a good one. Okay, no problem.
New queen has emerged. Evolution complete. houses are under attack.
Can we do a bit better, please?
You're under attack. Siege up. A new queen has emerged. A new queen has emerged. A new queen.
Okay, sending out this. Maybe it's Elizabeth. What the heck am I, kid? What the hell are you trying to out me for?
We're running out of minerals back home. You're engaging the opponent. A creep tumor's under attack. That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place. Our drones are under attack. Unacceptable command. Your drones are under attack. My baby. Unacceptable command.
Gotta spread this creep out.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place.
Alright guys, look, I got some vegetables and I got my tea and we're going to pop off. Okay. Now let's play the song request from that charity dono. I did uninstall and reinstall Spotify, by the way, AC. Thank you for reminding me. It's actually hasn't crashed yet. Touch wood. I had sesame dressing, but I don't know where it is. Did it? I found it. It's right at the back of my fridge. I was like, I like my sesame dressing on my vegetables. Just makes a difference, you know? So delicious. Okay. It's a bit hot. Oh yeah, you're on the sesame bandwagon now? Nice, Donnie. Damn straight. Okay. Did I? Wait. Was there more than one? Was it? Is this another? Wait, did someone just donate another $20? Thank you so much for the $20 charity donation. Ah, here we go. I see it now. Yeah, there's another song request after this one. Yeah. Thank you, Anonymous. The Deja knees have been stockpiling. It's really nice. It's cabbage. Yum. Okay. Team Kitsune is killing it, by the way. Team Kitsune is doing really well. Let's go, Team Kitsune. Freaking owning it. Super good song request, Anonymous. Hey, we're pogging out. Pog, yeah. Eating cabbage while on the PC. Wait, is that notable? Cabbage. Package cabbage, they say. Let's go Team Foxy, ladies. Love it. Okay, let's play another game. And then we'll play the next song request, which is the Drifters, Up on the Roof. It's actually a little hot now. Take my jacket off. Beautiful. Okay. Mutas incoming, Makers? Oh, I hope so. I love playing Mutas. Stretch. Let's go. ZVT. Hey, is it not playing the song?
Good luck, have fun.
It wasn't playing that song, was all bugged out. Just that one song was bugged out. Oh, I love the song. Wait, you are Sugar? Yes. relaxing, yes. Chill.
Your forces are under attack.
Daddy Discus, Sugar Daddy Discus Daddy. That's what Molo says. He the best. His Sugar Daddy Discus Daddy. Oh. The legend himself. He only gifts in tier 3 subs.
Evolution complete.
As any other form is far too inferior. Thank you, Discus, you're the best. Make that creep tumor. Saturating.
A new queen has emerged.
Boy, oh boy, I'm scared.
A new queen has emerged.
I don't need that. Got one? Worth it?
Unacceptable command.
Toad's worth it, Toad's worth it. Alright, looks like he is doing like an immortal timing.
Unacceptable command. Your forces are taking damage.
Oh my god, no.
You're engaging the opponent. Creep tumor's under attack. Our drones are under attack.
I'm gonna hold this with my...
You're under attack. Siege up. Mineral field depleted.
of minerals back home.
Mineral field depleted. That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place.
Yucks.
A new queen has emerged.
Mutation complete. Hey, your base is under attack. It's a trap!
Your forces are under attack. A creep tumor's under attack.
You're under attack. Siege.
Hey, your base is under attack, man.
You're engaging the opponent.
Your forces are taking damage. They're attacking your base, you know. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Hey, your base is under attack. It's a trap! Our forces are under attack.
A creep tumor's under attack.
Our forces are under attack.
Hey, your base is under attack, man. Your forces are under attack.
I'll have to attack with my drones here.
A creep tumor's under attack. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. A creep tumor's under attack.
We're running out of minerals back home.
Your forces are taking damage. A new queen.
You're engaging the opponent. Your drones are under attack.
My baby!
attack again.
Our drones are under attack.
We're running out of minerals back home.
They're attacking your base, you know.
Gosh, I can't seem to.
You're under attack. Siege up.
A new queen has emerged. Our drones are under attack.
Hey, your base is under attack.
It's a trap!
You're engaging the opponent.
Freaking wild game, you guys. I got my Spire again though, so I think I win.
Your base is under attack again. You're under attack. Siege up.
Hey, your base is under attack, man. A freak tumor's under attack.
This is desperation by him, yeah. It was. Whew. 22 points. What is this called? Just lo-fi? No, this is called Across the Stars. Star Wars lo-fi. Star Wars lo-fi. Happy October, kind of. Oblivious. Oh. All right. You like the song? Oh, this was auto-played from the. Well, actually, this isn't Star Wars. This one is auto-played from the Star Wars song. If you want to know what this is called, just type !! song. I can't pronounce it. Green tea. It's lemongrass and ginger. I made a small pot of coffee today to see how my body will react to more than 1 cup of coffee in 24 hours. Blood pressure went up by 10 points, systolic. 8 points, diastolic, because I'm not doing it again anytime soon. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound great. Wait a second, Ange, get the resub. So sorry, Ange, I missed that one, that game. How are you doing, Ange? So good to see you. I was so focused. I know what color Ange wants. Love you, Ange. How you doing? You had an ear infection? No, poor you. That's the word. I hate ear infections. Got beautiful Ange up on my board. Yeah. Woo woo. Hey, Factal, how's it going? Do. And we got some Brussels sprout. was a GG. Love you. What's up, Sia Hawk? Alright, let's go back to the rock playlist. MIQ sent me a gift. The music in this rhythm game is a jam. It's called Muse Dash. Is it copyrighted? San Francisco. They have streamer mode? But it's streamer mode shit. What's up, Mullet? How's it going? There is a section of your VOD that was muted the other night when you played Force and Barge. It was Easy Street. Are you serious? Easy Street is copyrighted. Of course it is. Hot dog. That sucks. I'm doing really good, Mullet. I'm glad to hear you're doing good too. Her clock would have showed the time. True.
Your forces are taking damage.
Wait, analytics said that I was on time? I did miss that. I really thought I was super late today. Because I was on the call with the bank.
A creep tumor's under attack.
No. No. No, don't attack that. It's just annoying because I couldn't control anything properly. It's like losing to a freaking Diamond League player. Just beating a Grandmaster to losing to a Diamond. Oh, great. I do have headphones that aren't in it, but it's still pressure to the ear. No, but in ear is just far superior, Bonnie. Was that a proxy? No, it was just a Marine all-in. Turning out C. StarCraft's good. Yeah, StarCraft's going good, guys. Vesperia, is it the Tales series? Sounds like it. Sounds like Tales of Vesperia. Or is it a different game? Nice. I'll be continuing on Tales of Vesperia soon. I want to finish it. So Vesperia is the oldest one remastered. Ah, okay. Don't potato out, guys. can't wait to start Tales of Arise. I'm starting to think I probably should have just started on it. Dot Hack series was good as well. Yeah, I can't wait to play Arise. But I gotta finish Vistaria first. Just got colder and I'm scared to death.
A new queen has emerged.
It's just a lie until you left. Even just a little bit stronger.
Hey, your base is under attack. It's a trap!
A new queen has emerged.
To me, it was just a lie until you left.
Our forces are under attack.
A new queen has emerged.
Okay. I tried playing Soccer 2 again after years, and man, am I so bad. What's up, G-Trunks? Good to see you.
A new queen has emerged. Our drones are under attack.
Your drones are under attack.
My babies! Hey, your base is under attack, man. Mineral field depleted.
That was such a clutch overcharge. Literally a split second later.
We're running out of minerals back home. Your forces are under attack. drones are under attack. My baby! Your forces are under attack! Mineral field. Your forces are taking damage. We're running out of... they're attacking your base, you know. You're under attack. Siege up. We're running out of minerals back home. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. That mineral field's gone. Our drones are under attack. Your base is under attack again. We're running out of minerals back home. You're engaging the opponent. Your forces are taking damage. Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Your drones are under attack. My baby! You're engaging the opponent. Your forces are under attack. Mutation complete. So creative. Your drones are under attack. My baby!
Why did he recall this?
Hey, your base is under attack. It's a trap. Your drones are under attack. My baby! A new queen has a... Your warriors engage the... You're under attack. Siege up. Base is under attack again.
Why is he building a Nexus?
Unacceptable demand.
I don't know if we... play it safe here, huh?
Mutation complete.
I say as I totally try and kill him. Does he have a hidden base? Why is he not getting yourself into? Oh, yeah, what's up, Indelible? I actually not. It was a floating point error. I've been informed this morning by MRQ, but I don't know what that means. If I have to be honest.
That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place.
Know what you are getting yourself into. Sockbow! Thank you so much. Woo woo.
That field's been mined out. Hope you have an expansion. You're under attack. Siege up.
Sockbow, thank you so much for the 6 months. Computers usually represent numbers that are not whole numbers, as an integer plus mantissa. Decimal point can be moved around when translated to human readable output. That's all, is it? Okay. No problem. I totally followed. Oh yes, the classic float verse in situation. Good night, Fatty Asmo. Sweet dreams. I went to school for associates in computer info tech software. The only language they taught us was entry-level C++. I breezed through every programming course, C++, flow control, data structures, and failed graphic design. See, I would have done the opposite. Why is graphic design, Photoshop a prerequisite for a software degree? You gotta be able to, you know, present your ideas nicely. What's that, Red Monkey Man? Alright. It's time. We're playing some Protoss. It's Protoss time. It's that time of night. We're busting out the toss. And don't forget, guys, we play in StarCraft for charity. Exclamation point charity. If you guys have any amount to spend, no matter how big or small, all is appreciated when it comes to donating to charity. And there's some cool rewards you can get along the way. Exclamation point milestones. Exclamation point charity. This stream is getting wild. Yeah, versus a Terran, look at that. Well, other song. Davey sounds about that Jersey Bridge. Red for the drink that's mixed with suicide. Please won't you push me for the last time? Let's do a bit of a scatteroo. I was late bloomer. Went to Navy first, and I had 5-year acid trip. 5 years, Jesus. Worked blue collar for about 8 years, and then decided maybe it was time for school. Everyone has an interesting path in life, you know? It's not always the same as the typical. Oh, nice, AC. It's one of my favorite songs. Patient paranoia and a lot of fame. Was by drinking late.
Your probes are under attack. Get them out of there!
What a mother of B1! Because enough's enough, we're done. Life pulls you left and right a lot. Yeah, you want to go straight, life will take you to the right, and then it'll take you to the left. Well, we got a new resolution now. Tacos! Let's just.
Your probes are under attack.
Like a king someday.
Research finished.
Thank you, Chuckles. You're the best. Love you. Thank you for the $20 charity donation. No, you're the best. No, you, no, you, no, you. It's an aggressively forward Darktron. I was hoping he'd think it was like a shield battery. Oh, we might have taken the gold. Go by a clock for you. I'll die too. Okay. Oh, sugar. Okay, let's just relax, alright, dude? This guy was so unbelievably prepared for DTs.
Your probes are getting wrecked.
I'm gonna have to cancel this, yeah.
They're attacking your base, you know.
Oh my god, did I not do the warp?
Your probes are on mineral field depleted.
Literally the worst thing ever.
Research complete. We're running out of minerals back home. Your probes are under attack.
I really make a century?
Mineral field depleted.
I don't know what I'll need for that. Hey, Chain, thank you so much. 21st birthday, thank you. You are very cute.
We're running out of minerals back home.
Is he not taking a third or what? I don't even need to chrono that.
Your forces are taking damage. Upgrade complete. That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place.
Job's done.
This is really good. Look at that. How good was that, you guys? Didn't even have to break out a sweat. We're getting there. Chuckles, thank you so much for the $20. Did you have a song request? No, just wanted to put $20 towards Tifa Honeybee Inn, which by the way is like really far in the lead at almost $1,000 towards Tifa. Outfit 10 out of 10, gameplay 10 out of 10, hair 10 out of 10. No more to say. Bipstar, thanks, dude. Let me put the absolutely amazing Chuckles on the board. With Oblivion's EBM, Storms are going to outplay any Bioterran easy peasy. I had a bulky army, it was kind of hard to navigate around, but I think that just comes with experience. Nice! Woo, woo, woo. Okay. What's up, BDFG? How's it going? Alright, gorgeous, gorgeous. Couldn't song request today because AC's playlist is just too good. Oh, love that. Wholesome. I am really digging AC's playlist, yeah. Everyone's song requests have actually been really good today. Everyone's music. I say, oh, don't jinx it. Do your worst. Is it over before it ever began? What rank are you as Protoss? Diamond 1. I can get to Masters though. I've done it before. Rebecca Black, Donny. Don't doubt it.
Good luck. Have fun.
Over before it ever began. Oh my god, please. We can do it, guys. Should make a logo for AC. Make it look like ACDC, but DJ AC. Haha, cute. Wait, what? Okay. Oh shit. GG. Fair enough. There you have it. You get the wall off and you GG. Got a dip later. See you, kind of oblivious. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. When he pulled the drones, I thought he was taking the gold. So I scouted the gold and was gonna cannon the gold. I thought I was a goner too. You were Masters back in Wings, Ice Ammo? Damn, that's really good. I got him again. Back when you were a university student, what did you study? Zergy, Zergy, Zergy. Same map. Coding, wow. Oh my god, he's teasing me. This is really strong. Not gonna lie, I think I'm kind of dead.
Research finished.
What the heck?
That field's been mined out. Hope you have an expansion.
Mineral field depleted.
I need another server and I'm supply blocked. Like, how does that even work? It's quite literally one supply.
You're attacking your probes. Watch your mineral line. Pylon under attack.
Your probes are under attack.
Oh, is it sick hold? I don't know if I'm ahead or behind though. Let's grab him. Bro, I can't push out because he's got too many Zerglings.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Okay.
You're engaging the opponent. Our forces are under attack. Your probes are under attack. Get them out of there!
They're going after your pylon. A classic tactic.
Jesus. Wow.
That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place.
Your pylon is under attack. We're running up. You're engaging the opponent.
Research complete. Your probes are under attack.
Jesus
That mineral
Christ.
field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place. base is under attack, man. Vespian Geyser.
Your base is under attack again.
Your probes are under attack.
This is really freaking annoying. Wow. This is the power of Zergling run bys, guys. I don't really realize I really need to have blocked my wall, because he just runs on it and it's so annoying. What to do? I just needed to block the wall, guys. I'm not very good with Protoss. I got a different Zerg. It's a different one. Let's go. Nice. Thanks for believing in me, guys. Oof. Oh my god. I'm just not very good with Protoss. But they let me in Diamond, I guess. I'm gonna believe in you because you believe in yourself. Hell yeah. Thanks, I say. Oof. Have you guys ever had your credit card hacked? How common is this? It's quite common, really. Has it ever happened to anyone in here in chat? Quite common, but mine's always in the red, so no problem. And what did you do, Donnie, about it? And was it a lot of charges? The bank stopped before they do anything? That's really good, Satos. It happened to me yesterday, Chuckles. Last night, when I was doing some cosplay editing, I got this pop-up on my phone saying, did you authorize this transaction? Suspicious activity. And I looked at it and I was like, it was like a couple of dollars short of $7,000. I was like, what? No, it wasn't me. And then I said no. It said, yeah, it has the option yes or no through my bank. I said no. So they immediately locked the card and froze the account. But the problem is that it comes up as a pending transaction on my credit card statement. And unfortunately, it means that it did go through. Like, I'm pretty sure the person that purchased whatever it was from the Microsoft store got the goods or whatever. Or I don't know what they purchased. And now it's up to Microsoft to do the reversal. At least because I was on the call with the bank all this morning, and they said we're gonna have to go under investigation. So they canceled my credit card and they're sending me a new one because obviously that one's compromised. And it's just so annoying because it's just like, usually when I purchase something that is not even that expensive, I mean, I don't think I've ever purchased anything for $7,000 before, but anything for a few $100s, it will ask me to 2FA. But for some reason, this guy got away with it on my credit card. That's supposed to ask you for the code. It's supposed to come up with like input the code through the app if you're purchasing this thing. And I was like, oh yeah, that's annoying. It's so annoying that I always have to do that. But I'm like, at least I won't get hacked, you know? And then suddenly got hacked. Didn't ask for the code. Oh my god. I did recently get double charged from Good Guys for the same transaction. Oh, but that's easy, Donnie, because you could just go back to Good Guys and be like, double transaction. You know, actually, it's good that you checked, because some people can get double charged and not even realize. So good thing you checked your statement. I always go through my statements every month to every 2 months at the latest. I try to keep my credit cards maxed out. Can't steal anything from me then. I actually just got this credit card a couple months ago, which sucks because my last credit card, my limit was $6,000. And I was like, I switched to go with my bank, like to have it like all in this with the same branch. And I was like, oh, what rewards do they offer? And the rewards that they have and the point bonuses was better. So I went with a different credit card. Oh god. So the limit was much higher. So they got away with $7,000. So I don't know how it works from here because I'm just like, did they just like quite literally just get away with $7,000 or stuff? Did you save your card in the site? My credit card is, I went through the whole process of relinking my credit card to everything. So, you know, my health insurance is linked to it, my auto renew payments for all my subscriptions. You know, that includes YouTube and Google Drive storage and just everything, you know, everything. So yeah, it is saved to a lot of different stuff. It depends if the bank can charge it back in time. Sites getting hacked seems biggest vulnerability. Yeah, but like the person who purchased, I don't know what they purchased, so I don't know. But doesn't that mean that they get the item or not? Like, what if it was like a bunch of gift cards? Doesn't that mean they get all the gift cards? They like got away with $7,000 worth of gift cards. Oh, the gift cards can be cancelled. Okay. And if it's actual goods, maybe. Okay. I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was the actual goods. Then they have the goods. And if they have the gift cards, so if they have the goods, that goods have to be shipped. So they can just like say, wait a second, we won't ship that. But then if they just have the gift cards, then they're already taken those. Was it debit? If it's credit, you should be okay. No, it's credit. It was my credit card. Yeah, it's credit. Doing direct debit means you have extra vulnerability. Points on each site you save it on. Oh yeah, no, I don't save my direct debit. No. Only ever my credit card. Did it not show on the statement where it was used? Yeah, Microsoft Store. If it's fast enough, the goods can be stopped though. I hope so. I hope these people don't get away with like, just like, you know, using someone else's money to buy a bunch of stuff. My spending is WO. What is WO? In Australia, getting debit card fraud, you also get 100% back, as long as it wasn't you. Oh, so I will get it back. I'll get it back, Bonic. Okay, thank God. I was like, the last thing I need is like a 2x scam in the 1 year. You know, literally months apart from each other. Bloody I just got scammed. Now I'm getting scammed again. Bloody, can I stop getting scammed or what? You want me to send you a Bitcoin so I can get 2 back? I don't know, I'll fall for that too. How about it? The most annoying thing is the canceling the credit card. So I can't use the credit card now. You know, it's funny because I actually bought groceries last night and I was like, my credit card's not accepting, it's declining the payment. Like, hello? So I ended up using my PayPal. And I was like, I'll deal with this tomorrow because it's really late. And I was like, I can't be bothered. I'm working on like cosplay stuff. And then it pops up on my phone, suspicious transaction. By the way, this transaction happened days ago. I think it was a day and a half ago. And it only just pinged me that it was a suspicious transaction and if it was me that did it. Like, come on, how bad is this? Usually when I'm trying to buy something that's expensive, and I'm talking like $300, $400, maybe $500, it will be like, well, you should probably enter the NetBank code 2FA or whatever. It's insured, you'd be refunded. Okay, good. Thank God. Shouldn't you have 2 FAQ on any new seller? Exactly. I do. Any transaction, I have 2 FAQ. So how did that get through is what I'm concerned about. HSBC were totally useless picking up sales transactions on my account. Oh, really? I do like when the companies say, oh, a lot of the time, I was with ANZ and they were like pretty good because they're pretty good in the sense that they'd flag everything. They flagged literally everything. And they locked my card so many times. I was like, it was me! It was me! And I always found that annoying. But then I was like, well, it's good because what if my card got stolen? And then I go over to a different bank and it's just like, hey, guess what? Pending transaction of $7,000. Was it you? You should have asked me before the transaction became pending, bro. They actually sold a ticket to a seminar called Get Rich to process it in Malawi, West Africa. What? Who did? Digital cards can be instantly redeemed, but they probably don't do that. Usually resell cards, so they can be, so if they haven't been used, they've been cancelled. That's actually pretty good. Hey, oh, by the way, was this challenge from last week you? That's how I felt, honestly. I thought I was getting trolled. I was just like, what? Oh my god, you better believe it wasn't. Oh, HSBC let that one through on your account. Damn. People could just get away with bloody murder these days. Friggin' wild. Also, a jar of pills in a shop in Scotland that was registered in Panama. Usually if a transaction happens outside of the country, it will be flagged instantly. They're like, obviously this wasn't you, so they lock the card. And then usually if you travel, you have to tell your bank. Yeah, I think it's really smart, Donnie. You should always have transfer limits on all your accounts. Even though it's annoying, if you have to make a large payment to raise your transfer limit for the day, it's totally worth it than to have, like, you know, that max transfer missing because of that. Oh, I think we have a new giveaway just pinged in the Discord. Give me a sec. Hell yeah, this is the last giveaway, guys, if you want to enter. Let me just bring up the old one. Then edit it to the new one. Love this song. I'll ping it in the Discord too. Oh, it still says day 1 in the thing. Yeah, I'll edit it again. Day 5. You should be able to lock all your purchases to only authorized devices and or GPS location on your phone. Is that a thing, Bonnie, or is that something you say that should exist as technology? Because that's actually pretty smart. Uber charged you for a ride you never took, Donnie. What the heck? What's up, Chris Poo? It's not a thing, but it should be. True. Which should I do first? Cam, Stream Deck, or Mike? Ooh, giveaways. Gonna run well on my TwitchCon. Nice. You should give away the Stream Deck. And what is the camera and what is the microphone? All Elgato, nice. So that I can tag Elgato, nice. There's a Super Pump show on it. I feel like watching YouTube right now. Link me one. My credit card asks me if it's me every time I pay my phone bill, but someone I know in Canada got charged for a hotel in Florida, including TV movies. Damn. You know, I actually much prefer them asking me every time than to have what happened to me yesterday, because it's just so annoying because they ask me every time except for the one time that it mattered. God, that's annoying. At least they did ping me with a "was this you" message. No. That's not me. It's Paramount Plus, unfortunately. Oh, okay, no problem. No problem. I just have a bit of a headache right now, so I'm just gonna cool it on the StarCraft for a bit. Actually, we might just call it for StarCraft today, and then play that game that MRQ linked me. What's this, Bunny? We can watch this.
Oh, they made it to Linus Tech.
Linus Tech Tips bought my computer? What? They bought Asmongold's computer?
As you guys see, Linus Tech Tips, very well-known content reviewer, has reviewed Starforge Systems, my PC company. Oh boy.
On the surface, I understand the appeal.
Yeah.
System building looks like a pretty easy gig.
Yep.
It's the computer that he, not his specific computer, but the PC he bought.
3 of these a day and
that's $1 million.
$1 million company. Easy, right?
True.
Wow.
Except for a few small problems. The margins are piss poor. The chances of shipping damage, are extremely high. And no offense, but the customers are a nightmare.
Well, I can't laugh at that.
For everything. From game crashes to slow Windows updates. There's nothing I can do about it.
Yes, no.
All
Customers
which
are
is
great,
why
guys.
I'm extremely
Yeah, customers are
skeptical
totally
about the
great.
survival
Customers
of
always right, always
Starforge.
right.
Here we go.
Everything
Thanks,
about it
AC.
screams doomed to fail.
Thank you.
Like the ownership group being a bunch of Twitch streamers with no
Yes.
obvious business acumen. The executive
To be fair, I did go to business school, but okay.
team being composed primarily of ex-employees of Artesian.
I didn't know that,
a
actually.
system builder that only recently imploded in spectacular fashion.
OTK
And
bought
the
Artisan
absolute
PC
cherry on
after they
top
imploded
is that the
and
reveal
relaunched the
went so
brand. I did
poorly
not know that.
aforementioned Twitch
Wait a
streamers
second. So this is Asmongold's actual computer company. He has a computer company? So it's called Starforge Systems? OTK under fire for perma-banning Twitch viewers. Critical of new PC building company.
They're gonna put me right up there, huh?
Yeah.
It's like, look at this. Who did this? Yeah, who did this? I never
He
read
didn't
this fucking
graduate?
article.
Okay.
Can you believe this? Wow.
I mean, he's a millionaire, so whatever.
Started understanding their critics. Of course, I am fully prepared to put my money where my mouth is and find out if I'm wrong.
I do think that Mizkif unbanned everybody after that, and it was the mods doing it. I don't really know, though. It was on his channel. I've no...
Oh, it was on Mizkif's channel. Mizkif just seems to be causing a lot of problems for OTK recently. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I need to get a drink. Actually, I might just get some more cabbage. One sec. Exclamation point charity. Snack break. Whee! Back. Boom. What's the TikTok challenge? Yeah. Mizkif is an OTK. He's a co-founder. Are they all millionaires in OTK? There's a lot of members in OTK, but I'd say like there's at least 5 millionaires in there. There's at least 5 millionaires in there.
So,
don't quote me on
we
that.
purchased their Horizon Creator
Okay.
Edition PC, a system that costs $3,500 US. Is it a
That's
good
the
deal?
top of the line
Is
one.
it well built?
Let's see.
Does it work at all by the time it arrives? Oh, and who sponsored this mess?
Ridge. Ridge Wallet has redefined the traditional wallet
Another
with its
one.
compact frame and RFID blocking plates. The bulge in your pants shouldn't be from your wallet.
Yep.
Use offer code Linus to save 10% off and get worldwide.
Bro, I've really got to start
Is that a
getting these
crypto
on
wallet?
my videos. Like, I bet these guys are getting paid bank for this shit.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, 100%.
I never have sponsors in my YouTube videos. I've really got to start doing these.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right now.
What is he doing?
Wow. Spaceship or cock? No, we're not gonna. No, he not.
I have built literally hundreds of PCs in front of literally tens of millions of people,
That's
leaving
a lot
many
of
of them to sensibly ask me why I don't sell the PCs I build. Seems obvious, right?
Yes.
Well, it's because it's a deceptively challenging business. Newegg screwed it up on their first attempt. ABS was gone for years before it came back. Walmart royally screwed it up. It doesn't seem to have recovered.
Thank you, Nucky.
On that subject, NCIX screwed it up too, along with everything else too. So the road Starforge is walking is littered with the corpses of everyone else who has attempted to survive in this business long term. Just maybe they've got what it takes though. While we unbox the system, let's talk a little bit more about the Starforge Systems team. It was created by a collection of Twitch streamers, notably Moist Critical and One True King Network, which includes Asmon.
I do like how they crossed out Mizkif. Bam. This is a big X on his face.
Gold, Mizkif, and a number of other notable streamers.
It's crossed out. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah.
Could be in 140 characters.
It's going to be run by the ex-COO of Artesian Builds. For those of you who aren't familiar with the different C-suite positions, the COO is the one that basically runs the show.
Yeah, he's the one that does all the work.
But doesn't necessarily get to make all the decisions. So yeah, they certainly brought in some.
He does all the work.
However, that experience didn't help them with the launch because there was immediate backlash to their high prices and supposedly terrible. Were they terrible?
Yeah.
Oh, and terrible configs, and then
crap.
Yeah, we fucked.
He's really giving it to him hard.
Like, I mean, straight up. I mean, that's. I mean, we fucked that up. Like, I mean, you know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Like, there ain't no hiding it.
The Twitch streamers perma-banned users that were critical of the PCs on their streams. Starforge Systems then responded by dropping all prices by $100, and they adjusted.
Again, this was on Mizkif's stream. Okay? We did not make this decision, but this was on Mizkif's stream.
Mizkif's already under the bus. Just might as well just throw him down there further.
Crowdsourcing the actual work.
One day, Beehive, we will be rich too. Hopefully, Beast.
Well, I crowdsourced.
That'd be nice if I stopped getting scammed. That'd be a great start.
I mean, that's just like, what do you mean? Yeah, there's nothing new.
I took a lot of care to order this PC anonymously so that we wouldn't get any special treatment. I actually have no idea what I just got for $3,500 US.
All right, let's see it.
That's a lot. Oh wait, due to the controversy, we actually were refunded $200. And
okay, all right. See, we did something right. How about that? Yes, see, look at that. We refunded it, and we gave them some of the money back because we like prorated the value of the PCs. All right, guys, it's at least one W, okay?
It's a W.
Weeks and 2 days later, this is what arrived.
Yeah.
Right out of the gate, I will tell you that they are not using completely proper packing materials. Our logistics department informs me there actually was a second outer box, but unfortunately, it's already been picked up. Either way,
he's in the trash can.
Boxing is effective for both improving the resiliency of your package and making it less likely to be stolen, since apparently it was a completely nondescript box. So
that's good.
Oh, because it doesn't. Because like if you have a box,
the box that my computer came in was very well packaged.
A computer box. Some guy is.
Oh, I missed a charity donation. I'm so sorry. AC, thank you so much for the $10 towards charity. Heading to bed soon, but I wanted to donate to charity one more time before it ended. Oh, love you, AC. You're so sweet. Yes, this is the last stream we'll be able to donate towards charity, unfortunately, because it all ends. Unless I'm able to stream early enough tomorrow before the end of the day, which probably is unlikely. But you know, daylight savings has happened, so there's a possibility there. You never know. Thank you so much, AC. Love you. Have a great night. Sweet dreams. Hiccup.
Walking by, and they're like,
was there a song request for that? Let's have a look together, shall we? No.
there it is, big win. Yeah, so all right, we did do the.
Your playlist is all your song requests anyway.
Again, guys,
it's
a lot
amazing.
Of people that want to have it shipped to Europe and stuff like that. This is one of the reasons why it's harder to do, is because we want to send it to people and have it work.
Good job, Starforge.
I didn't know
Quite as good as custom packaging, but a
Asmongold
lot
was doing
better
all
than
this stuff.
the case package.
How does
In
he even have
fairness
time to
them,
stream?
Absolutely nothing seems to have been damaged in shipping, though. Not even any.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. I'm feeling a little bit better now. This isn't that bad. Okay. It's another W.
Casting screws, which can be a common one. This PC has apparently passed 3D Mark.
No, Ivanku, you're wrong. Asmongold streams on his alt channel. Let's have a look at the Twitch stats. What's his name? Sugar. No, I don't want to do that. Then you get all my stats. I don't want to give that to you. It's called Zach Roar. I don't think that's the same, actually. Asmongold alt Twitch. It's 2 R's. Someone stole Zach Roar? He had to put like 2 R's? Oh my god. They even stole his profile picture. Some people say, okay, so yeah, bro, he streamed 255 hours in a month, bro. That is insane. How much did he stream on his main channel? Because that's actually insane. 255 hours. Like, obviously it's no XQC, but dude, that 255 hours is really, like, it's a lot. And then you add 71 hours on top of that. Wait, that's 3 months. Oh, he hasn't streamed on his main channel for a while, actually. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. Is this correct? Is this accurate? He's actually only got 168 current subs. Is it because he hasn't streamed from his main account? I didn't know he could ever get that low on sub count. His alt account isn't partnered, so he doesn't have a sub button there. That's specifically why he has the alt account, though, I think. That is wild. I doubt that's accurate. Seems very low. Yeah. It kind of makes me want to sign in just to check if it's accurate for me. I think that's where they get you. It's like, you want me to sign in so you can get all my statistics, huh? That's some valuable information. But, you know, this means that he's actually signed in. All the top streamers have. Like, look at XQC. He's got 81,000 active subs. I think it's accurate, actually. I think it is accurate. I think he actually only has 100 and something subs right now. How many tabs can you have open? Me? I got 128 gigabytes of RAM, so I can have a fair few tabs open.
Last I checked, 3D Mark is not actually a pass-fail test. It does issue a score, but I'm actually just being a butthead about that. That's a very valid way to burn in a system and make sure that it is functioning correctly and that its performance is within what's expected for that config. Props to Starforge Systems, by the way, for using these. These chemical expanding foam bags are not quite the best way to protect the inside.
Hold up.
Is within what's expected for that config. Props to Starforge Systems.
Oh, look at that. Wow, what a surprise.
That's a W.
Look at that.
That's another W.
All right, we got 3 W's so far. This is going pretty well.
You can count the W's, but you don't count the L's.
These chemical expanding foam bags are not quite the best way to protect the inside of a system. That would be maybe the acrylic braces or metal braces that builders like Puget Systems or Tier 1s include with their case designs. But given that they're using off-the-shelf enthusiast tier cases, this is about the best way.
Thank you so much for the dono. That went towards the Tifa Honeybee Inn, and we have a song. Influencer Band Made. All right, let's listen to it. Thank you so much. Let me just pop it up right now. Ooh, let's listen to this song. Put you on the board.
「
Our T's and PC actually weren't that bad. The problem was the CEO. He was a scumbag, which caused them to implode. Usually it does, yeah. What color would you like on the board, Georgia? Oh, this is a good song. Gotta keep it positive while the people watch your company get destroyed in front of you. True. Yeah, red it is. Look at that. Perfect. Thank you. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Yatta. I've never heard of RTCPC, but I'm also not from America, so. Let's have a look at who's #1 on Twitch right now. It's this guy named Oren Play. Who is it? $36. Rank 1. But wouldn't know. Oh, that's from average viewers. It's ranking from viewer count. It's crazy that, you know, you got legit companies getting beaten by XQC and this other guy, Oren Play. So look at the hours streamed, by the way. XQC is streamed to 262.6 hours. This guy streamed 360 hours. This guy streamed 750. That's got to be like a sleep on stream for sure. Yeah, I really think you can't get higher than like this. 260 hours without sleeping on stream is an insane amount of streaming. Doesn't have their own drama. They had partnerships where they'd give streamers PCs in a giveaway, and their viewers donated enough. One streamer won live on their stream, but the CEO live on stream looked up in the system and said the creator code didn't have enough sales and re-rolled. Oh no. You can't do that. No, you can't do that. That's really bad. That's just like, oh yeah, here, you won this. Actually, no, never mind, you didn't.
All the little gaps are going to be filled in.
Right, so the things don't get moved around.
Take a little bit of a closer look at the system. We're using 3 Deepcool 120mm fans at the bottom. They've got a bottom to top airflow configuration. That's valid. Top-mounted radiator, meaning that our pump is at the lowest point. So from a longevity standpoint, it's a nice to have. I would have liked to see little peels like this probably pulled off, since there's no need for the customer to remove that, but that's a nitpick.
I disagree.
I disagree too. I was about to say the exact same thing. You want to peel off your own thing. If you don't have those peely plastic things on your computer, you're gonna think that this was used. And you're gonna think that this was a hand-me-down PC that was a return or a bloody, you know, one of those things that got recalled.
Off is very important, and it's people. That's like a fucking ASMR satisfying feeling thing. Yes, it feels good to peel the bitch off. It does.
Fun though, I like them.
I don't know. This 4
They got cancelled, they went bankrupt. Okay, bought them and relaunched them as Starforge.
It's probable that the system will work, but if I pull on this,
interesting,
you can see it's not actually secured in any way. Oh my god. This other one has half of it not engaged either. Okay, that's not good. You got to make sure the clips are engaged, guys, especially if you're going to ship the system. I want to make it clear that I'm not approaching this skeptically.
Let me look at that.
Make sure the This other one has.
I see, because it's not like this one, it's like this one. Yes, that is an L. That is a big L.
Half of it not engaged either. Okay, that's not good. You got to make sure the clips are engaged, guys, especially if you're going to ship the system. I want to make it clear that I'm not approaching this skeptically because it's Twitch streamers doing it. I'm approaching it skeptically because I know how easy this business appears to be, and yet how many little things are very difficult to get right. 44 pin is seated correctly.
Okay.
USB 3, other more different USB 3. Cable management, actually, I would say is a strong A-.
That's all right, actually.
That's good.
Yeah, I'd say that's a W.
Fuck yeah, all right, that's good. Ariel does an amazing job putting together the PCs. I honestly, like, whenever I got my PC, I thought the cables weren't in it. I was worried. I was like, man, like, well, am I gonna have to put these in myself? No, they're on the other side.
Jane, what the heck?
God, this case hides cable mess well, though. Whoop. Though, any points that you assigned for the
that
case,
one's not our fault, okay? That was not our fault.
They picked the case, didn't they? Okay. Courtesy connector for a future GPU upgrade. Actually do like to see that, even though it's a modular power supply. Extra cables, stuff because the hard drive cages. I'm fine with that. EVGA 850G6. Yeah, perfectly good power supply. I would expect to find it on more like $1,700 computer. What am I going to find when I dig deeper? Let's take a look at the included accessories at any rate. Wait. Did they just attach? Hold on a second. I thought they specifically left a courtesy PCIe GPU connector. Did they just attach all of the cables to a modular power supply? These are courtesy cables. So you can plug in a hard drive without actually running any cables? Well, where are the rest of my cables then? And I didn't get a single Molex connector. Modular power supplies are not an excuse to not give me the capability to plug in the other cables. The dumb part is that you guys already have an accessory box that you could have put them in. There's no benefit whatsoever to holding on to them. What are you going to do with your mountain of modular SATA cables?
It's funny, actually, because a lot of the time... actually, a lot of the time... These pre-built, not just Starforge, but a lot of pre-built computer companies will never give you the cables, like the extra stuff. A lot of the time. Like, especially if you go through a company to get your computer built by somebody, like a company. I remember I got my computer built by JW Computers, like, twice. Both times pretty terrible, to be honest. Don't get your computer built by them. And... they didn't give me the SATA cables, or the screws, or the brackets, or like literally anything else, like literally nothing. I was like, gonna need to connect an extra hard drive here. Gonna need my SATA cables. They're like, oh yeah, no, that tower that you bought didn't come with that many SATA cables. It only came with the one that you're currently using. Like, it only came with one SATA cable. I was like, yep. Say what? It's like, yeah, you're gonna have to buy, if you want SATA cables, you have to buy them. So the guy literally stood there, lied to me, and then charged me for the SATA cables that charged me for my own SATA cables. My own SATA cables. So you better believe I went back the next day because I looked it up online. Like, you know, does he think I'm that much of a dumbass? And I was like, okay, here's the proof. I should have just done it in the store, but I just kind of in a rush that day. And I was like, okay, listen, I want my $3 back. Thanks. Spent more money on fuel getting there and back, but it was totally worth it. It can be complicated, but build your own, guys. It's one of those things you want done right. Do it yourself. Yeah, because a lot of people are lazy. They kind of cut corners. They rush it for efficiency.
Shit! I need to send them a message. Okay, yeah, that's all right. Let's look down over here. Okay, give me a minute. Amazing. Okay. No, it's okay. I just had to double check. Okay, here we go.
You didn't get a SATA cable.
I'm demoing one of the best features of the LTT Store screwdriver. You can pick up big thumb screws, and they don't fall off when you're trying to get them into position. See that? Love it. LTTstore.com. Wi-Fi antennas, power cable, yes. Is this just some trendy thing that I'm not trendy enough to understand? Okay.
It's a POG.
Ti.
As an owner of the company, I didn't know what that was for either. It's still in the box. Yeah, I didn't really know where to put it, so I left it in the box.
It's a
seems
pog.
pretty
It's a
reasonable at
pog.
This price point, assuming pandemic pricing.
Yeah. If you buy the Creator Edition PC now, you get a 3090.
You get a 3090 in this same machine if you buy it now.
Yeah, so we had the option of a $100 refund.
So our $3,500 purchase was knocked down to $3,400 because of the scandal, and then was knocked down another $100 because this tier has a 3090 now. So we kept the 3080. Okay, okay, all right,
All right, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does
there
it
we
have
go.
32 gigs of RAM at least? Yes. 3600 Megatransfer, CL18. Wait, hold on a second. This is an Intel platform board. Why are we using DDR4? Guys, this is interesting. Oh, wait, it's just loose in there? I had assumed that that was some kind of print that they had done on the case itself, which I guess means their deception was effective. Oh, it's got lighting on it, so that's kind of cool. So it's an acrylic light panel doodad McGizmo. Okay,
Doodad
that might
McGizmo.
end up looking kind of neat. I'd say that level of modding has got.
Well, it makes sense because they're stars. You see what I'm saying? Star Forge, they're stars. Light equals right. Yeah, it's that simple. Wow, it's got lighting. Well, I mean, you know, people like getting the fucking PCs and having them sparkle up. I mean, what's so crazy about that?
$3,600 is okay, actually, for this PC. It's got a 3080, 32 gigabytes RAM. Yeah, I think it's all right. I know Barry spent $7 grand on his. I was like,
Be worth at least like a, you know, a $50 upcharge, $100 upcharge even. Definitely a couple of mistakes, and I have some big lingering questions about the value proposition, but nothing too egregious so far. Let's go ahead.
All right, that's pretty good. Nothing too egregious so far. This is sounding a lot like most of the things that I do. Yeah, that seems good.
Peel the front panel and moment of truth. You guys ready?
Okay.
Oh, that is a very uninspiring light up feature. Surely it lights up a little more than that.
uninspiring.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, shit.
Hey, see?
All right. See, it's got the
wait
stars.
For Windows. Okay, that's pretty cool.
All right. Well, yeah, look again.
See? Wait for Windows.
Look.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
It totally is. Absolutely. It's very, very cool. Saved, yes. Honestly, bro, like, whenever that red light came on, I'm gonna be real. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, man, now there's another thing. Oh, fuck. This is a red light. Oh, God, watch that red light. I was so stressed out.
That's
It's
pretty
another
cool
more
looking.
drama.
They
Yeah.
got a cool thing in there
Free content
too.
and
Star
free
Forge
advertising.
systems. Is that customizable?
I really
or is
doubt
that just
Asmongold
doing
would have
stuff?
watched this
Could
if it
be
was a
Deep
complete
Cool
bomb of
product
a
based on it
video.
using Deep Cool fans, which to my knowledge, basically nobody does. Is this just paper? Are you guys serious? Oh, hey, that's what that thing is, Alex. Oh! It's this thing. Well, wait, why wouldn't they give me a blank one? Where's the R? I got the G and the B, and it has RGB lighting anyway. Why didn't they just do it? This is such an...
Oh, now he would. I thought he was complaining about it. Now he wants 3? He was memeing on it before, now he wants 3 of them.
He wasn't sure what
Oh
it was
my
before.
God.
Now he wants another
We're gonna
one. He wants another one. You
You
can't
have to
please
make
him.
3 of them. Why not have 3? Why not have 3? All right, I'll send that. I'll bring that up. Okay, guys.
In the next
customer's
business
always-
meeting.
Okay, yeah, true.
Ass backwards way to change the color. Definitely going to be a polarizing feature, but I for one appreciate that they chose a penis rocket for their...
Okay, all right. Let's,
Yeah.
let's okay, all right. Look, all right. So here's
Penis rocket.
the thing is, if you
He's like, whoa.
Look, just 1 second. If you look at this, it's not a fucking dick. It's just a hammer. It's like Thor's hammer upside down.
I thought it was a
has nothing
joystick,
to do
like a console
with
joystick.
A dick. There's never like if you want this to be a dick, you can make it a dick. But you have to try to make it a dick. It doesn't just show up as a dick. It looks phallic. There are a lot of things that look phallic. A baseball bat. Like, it doesn't mean that a baseball bat is a dick, does it? Guys, I swear to God. Like, look, here's the thing. This is the second time it's happened. Because with OTK, I do hashtag OTK, and I did it live
Yeah,
on
joystick.
the
It looks like a
announcement
joystick.
of the fucking org. And it auto-filled for OTK fetish or OTK kink or something like that. And my heart sank. I was like, oh my god, what did we not know? Apparently, it's for some sexual over-the-knee spanking fetish. So we've already had this happen once.
Oh no!
I extensively thought about, is there any way that somebody could do this? I actually thought that people would think it was a hammer. I really did. And this is coming from somebody, I see dicks in everything. Like other times people look up in the clouds and they see faces. I see dicks.
What?
There's not, it's not a dick. It's not a fucking, guys, it's not, I promise we were not trying to do anything like fucking cheeky. It's not a dick. It is though, it's, well, we can't change it now. How can it not be? It's got stars next to it. It's got a star inside of it. Like if
I think
that's
it's
not a
fine,
dick,
you
gotta go
guys.
to the fucking doctor. All right.
Don't worry, Aswan. I got your back.
It's not.
I think it's. I don't think it looks like a dick either.
It's not. It's not a dick. I promise you guys, it's not.
Definitely going to be a polarizing feature, but I, for one, appreciate that they chose a penis rocket for their logo. This is clearly supposed to be a balls. Do you?
What? He's stretching. He's stretching.
It was. Come on, please. I hope. Please, don't.
Deny that this is
No,
a
it's
pop rocket.
clearly.
That's not. Are you kidding me?
It's clearly.
Are you kidding? I feel like I'm the only person. It's not a pit. It's a hammer upside down.
Why is it
It's
an upside down hammer?
upside down
Like
hammer.
why?
You know what the problem is? It's the head of the. It's the bottom of the hammer. Looks like a dickhead. It looks like a circumcised dickhead, and that's why people think that it's a dick. It is. And I don't think this is it. It's just the fucking head. I still don't think that's enough reason. It should be squared. We might do that. Guys, it's not a dick though. See, here's the thing. If you look at the design, the line here, you see like, so, okay, all right, here's the thing. So, all right, just give me a minute. Let me think of how much it is. Okay, all right, so here's, all right, so it's like a square.
I feel like he had a lot to do with the logo process.
Is just cut here, but it makes a larger geometrical shape, and that's why it's like this. I'm not stroking a fucking...
Very quiet. Good fan curve tuning. Well, good fan curve tuning for quiet. We'll have to see that it ramps up appropriately under load. We've apparently
Let's
already
see.
loaded up some games. Really what I want is to play my favorite game called Hardware Info. Does you have Hardware Info on here?
No.
You have OBS?
No.
Wait, this is from a streaming company. Why don't they have OBS installed?
That's
Who
a
the
good
hell
question,
has-
and the reason
Wait a second. Who the hell pre-installs programs on someone's new computer? That's like, that should be against some sort of law.
actually has to do with end user license agreements. That's a big part of why you are not able to not only install software on a pre-built computer without a special agreement, but in many cases, even set up Windows.
There you go.
So
There's
have
a
to
law
go
for
through
it.
that out-of-box experience, UBI. That's because the end user.
I never read the end user license agreement for Streamlabs OBS, so I didn't know that. I mean, yeah, that's totally why we didn't do it. Yeah, we knew about this. Yeah, we knew about this, and yeah, we want to make sure that we cross our T's, dot our I's, make sure we're staying above the board. Yeah, we knew about this.
They have to set that up themselves, or they technically have not agreed to the terms of using that software.
Oh wait, I think that it came with Windows already set up.
It had a creator account?
Yeah.
You should double check that because they're not really supposed to do that. I mean, they're not the only ones who do it, but it's not the right way. I mean, it has a Windows license. Hey, where the hell's my Windows license? It's got to be on the bottom. Okay, this is getting kind of not funny. Where the f is my Windows license? There wasn't anything in the accessory box, and I don't see the COA anywhere on the chassis. Technically, because the license is digitally bound to the motherboard now, I should be able to continue to use this license as I normally would, even without the little sticker, but you are super not supposed to do that.
Also confirmed, set up by Starforge when it arrived.
And it was set up by
I've never
Starforge
seen
when
someone
it
get
arrived,
so
yeah,
upset
that's
over the
extra,
Windows
not-
license.
Not how much.
You need the paper for that? Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing.
Microsoft wants you to do
Neither.
it. Random streamers who've never run an SI, yeah, I get how you could overlook that, but ex-COO of Artesian should know better. Enough faffing about. What is this thing? Okay, it's a 12900KF.
Oh.
At this price, you need to save $10 on the onboard graphics.
Actually, that's one of the things that they changed. Now when you buy this PC, it comes with just the K because people got really
That's what
mad
I
that
have,
the
the
Creator
K.
PC
didn't have
not-
QuickSync.
Yeah, it does not have.
Yes, people were very upset about this, and we decided to just give the people what they wanted. Yes,
Nice.
all right, good.
Nice, Asmund.
Yes, I was worried.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can just get it within Windows now in Marco. I've noticed
Maybe they
that.
have
That
XMP
changed, like, that was a
enabled.
couple
That's a
years
good
ago
thing to
that
check.
changed.
Yes, we're running at 3600 data transfers per second.
Good.
I just noticed something.
Oh no. This light is supposed, wait, is it possible that on this case they intend for this light to be a drive activity indicator? Let's check. It is possible that that was miswired or was intentional thanks to Lian Li. It's also possible that Starforge hooked up the front panel indicator LEDs incorrectly. Power LED, oh my God. The power LED is plugged in backwards. It won't affect the performance of the system, but there's just no excuse for it when the legend for what plugs into where is silkscreened right onto the motherboard less than an inch away from these headers.
I have no idea what that guy just said. I actually have no idea what he just said.
Look, it is all right. Okay, so the text is pretty small, though, right? I mean, yeah, it's pretty small. It's pretty small text. I mean, it's look. At least it's not catching on fire. All right, guys.
It's not going to affect the performance,
I'm pretty sure,
but
like,
that
you go
does
through
suck.
the
Like,
end of
you
it,
spend
there's- I don't see any
$3.5 grand on a computer, you want it to like
department.
light up properly.
This should wait. Is this him next to a dumpster? Oh fuck. Okay. Oh fuck. All right. We got a little bit more time. No. It's okay.
Linus Tech Tips, RiverX.
Also, a royal pain in the butt for the end user to try to fix this. And then hard drive LED, yes, is plugged into hard drive LED. So that is intended to be the hard drive LED. It's a constant blue illumination, and then it blinks red with drive activity. So it was only blinking red. Man, you can't be a professional PC building company and be bunging stuff up like that. I do still have
That is a
questions
fuck
about
up.
the thermal configuration of this machine. I would really prefer to see some intake right here. Normally this case would have a spot for fans so that you're drawing some nice fresh air in for the AIOs instead of relying on preheated GPU air. I can't fault the acoustics. Still quite quiet, all things considered. No complaints about
All right.
performance either. I mean, 12,900.
All right, and keep in mind that light problem.
Yeah, look
he
at that, it's
even
pretty good.
said it's not going to affect performance, although it was. Look, it was a fuck up.
100KF is a 12900 KF, and it's hard
It
to
was
go
the guy
wrong with
next
a
to him
3080
that
Ti.
caught it.
Okay, Penis Rocket Computer Company.
Why? Look at Asmon's face.
It's hard to go wrong with a
Did
3080 Ti.
you see that?
Okay, Penis Rocket Computer Company.
100 people? Seriously?
Oh boy.
That's a lot of
That
staff
is-
members.
No, we're not going to rebrand. We don't need to because it's guys. It's not a penis rocket. It's not. So there's no reason we don't have to rebrand because it's not. It's not true.
After a couple of
It's not
little
true.
errors out of the gate, although kind of embarrassing ones, I think it's time for us to take a look at what else is in the market and see how you stand up.
Okay.
While their system was in the lab, Starforge
Oh, thank God. I was. Wait.
also responded to some of our other comments, first explaining why they feel being owned by Twitch streamers is a huge advantage.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so that was the context behind the dumpster.
He thought he threw the computer in the dumpster.
That really stressed me out. Yeah, that stressed me out a lot. Holy shit.
Oh, that's Asmongold. Yeah, it's Asmongold. Yeah.
First,
He's the
it
one
means
that
their
owns this
marketing
computer
costs are
company.
essentially zero.
That Linus Tech
And
Tips is
second,
judging.
that it adds a level of credibility to their company. That kind of sounds like the same thing to me. That's pretty much marketing. But I will admit that while Starforge has existed for only a couple of months, having streamers behind it means at the very least there are public personas who can suffer damage to their brand reputation if
It can also reflect poorly on the brand if a streamer winds up involved in some form of controversy. Well, here's the thing, right?
This
is that
kid.
everybody was pretty upset whenever I ninja looted that one piece of gear, but the company was able to get through it. It's totally fine, guys. Yeah, it's totally fine, you know, absolutely, yeah, I mean, I was able to live through that, and remember that one time I didn't play Final Fantasy that one day? That was rough days for Starforge, but, you know, we were able to get through it as a company and as a team. It was totally fucking fine. Yeah, it was absolutely totally fine.
Starforge screws over their customers, and it means that they will have fairly deep pockets to keep the company running in at least the short to medium term.
Oh yeah, that's definitely right. It's like if something's wrong with this, like the thing is, if somebody gets a bad Starforge PC, everybody gets to know about it. Everybody will fucking know about it if there's something wrong with one of our PCs. Because they could be like, wow, well, they need, it's because half of the people, whenever we announced Starforge, thought that like, oh, well, how are you going to make the PCs? Well, Nick, you know, Nick ends his stream early, so what do you think he's going to be doing for the rest of the day? They think we've got Nick back in the warehouse putting together the PCs. So yeah, that's it.
Nick's gone off. Ends his stream early. He's gone off to build
they seem to be building
PCs.
towards doing everything properly in the long term.
We try.
While they did kind of screw up the Ubi, from what I've been told, Windows these days is typically a digital key with no physical COA required anymore, and they're currently in the process
That is my understanding, but I do not know that.
of being onboarded to the Windows SI program. So anything that needs to be changed there should be changed soon. As for the Artesian build stuff, well, I can't tell you everything they told me because it's still getting litigated, and I quote, "We don't want to give that man any more money." But the whole executive team for Starforge was already assembled and signed with OTK before Artesian imploded. And Nick...
That, yes. How fortuitous that was. Like, it was actually a very, very convenient outcome. That, you know, before
No, he's not
we
upset with
announced
Rex.
our
This is just
PC
how
company,
Asmongold acts.
One
He's
of
cool.
the main competitors blew themselves up. That was great.
Linus Tech Tips makes a really
CEO
professional
Starforge
video. Do you
and
notice the
CEO
camera
of
transitions?
Artesian
Yes.
got
Yeah, that's
pretty
like-
emotional when we brought it up, saying that his wife had wanted him to leave for years, but he knew if he did, the jobs of everyone he hired would be at risk.
Yeah, they had like a bunch of like that. Honestly, like that shit was. It like the more I learned about it, the more the more I'm glad it's not happening. You know what I mean? Like it's just it's like that's it. I've heard many stories. I'm not gonna repeat a lot of them, but yes, I've heard many negative stories.
And he left, and, well, he was right. Everyone that worked for him lost their job, and some of them didn't get their paychecks.
That's
Oh,
also
no,
important
that
to keep
sucks.
in mind. It's like I know everybody was like celebrating the W's about how Artesian got fucked over because they didn't like, you know, they didn't like scuffed Star-Lord over there, you know, doing the rerolls. But the reality is that there was a lot of other people that worked at the company that just tried to do a good job, and you know, they got fucked over. So yeah, it sucks.
That does suck, yeah.
That's a heavy...
That's also the reason why I didn't comment a lot on this, the Artesian controversy, is because at that point we were already making Starforge, and so not only were they a partner of ours, and you know it would make us look bad on a professional level, but also I thought it would be in bad taste to badmouth the company whenever we knew that we had our own coming out. You know what I mean? And so that's why I actually really didn't talk about it a lot.
They film multiple shows simultaneously every week. I'm like,
I
wow.
wish nothing but the best for Nick and the rest of the refugees from Artesian builds. I'm not going to bring them up anymore. But I'm also not going to be giving you guys any pity points. You
Great.
do need to figure out the QC errors that resulted in some of our connectors not being fully plugged in and some of them being incorrectly connected. We've provided this.
Yeah, I'm going to look at mine after this and see if that's a problem with mine, and, you know, we'll look and make sure that we have this, because, like, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, he's right. I mean, there's literally no excuse for it. It's fucked up. Like, that's it. I mean, like, yeah, obviously,
It's just
in the
a
grand
lighting
scheme of
thing.
things, it could have been a lot worse, but also these things these did not have to happen. So, yeah,
serial number,
look
and they
look
say
and
they'll
make
be
sure I'm
looking
mine.
into it so they can help to fix their processes.
Yeah.
You also need to be delivering a solid price to performance ratio if we're going to be able to recommend your system.
Okay.
And I have some great news for you guys. LTT Labs is finally set up enough to start testing systems for us.
Okay.
And the Starforge system here actually did pretty well.
All right, there we fucking go. See that? Oh my God, that's a dub.
Wow.
Look at that. See, it's because you
It's the exact
fuckers
same score as
sit
the
in there
comparable.
and you're like, this is a ripoff. This is a ripoff, and we brought the price down. People are like, that's not enough. We did it again, and here we go. See? See, I fucking put all this effort into it. Yeah, the L is coming. Sorry, bro. No, it's not. It's not.
The
This
L
a
is
good one.
coming. The L is coming.
Compared to this system with
Yes.
similar specs, their performance was plus or minus 5%.
That's
which
very good.
I guess shouldn't win them any awards. But when you compare them to the competition, where system integrators might forget or forego features like XMP, while the likes of Dell might give you a proprietary motherboard that has no expandability, or HP might have the power limit of your CPU set so low that it actually does have much worse performance, I think they actually do end up with an award here. Just
Okay, all right.
Hey, that's pretty
See,
good.
This is pretty good. Yeah.
It's because of the penis
This
rocket.
is pretty good. All right. See, we're doing pretty well, guys.
The penis rocket for sure.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good compared to the others. Yeah, this I'm happy. This is an overall. I will consider this an overall W. However, there are still 3 more minutes left in the video.
And the value proposition, though, is a little bit more difficult.
Okay.
Obviously, when compared to a DIY system, Starforge gets crushed. We were
True and real. And I'm going to make this completely fucking clear. You will always be able to build your own PC cheaper than you can buy a PC. That is a fact. I'm not going to talk around that. I'm not going to act like that's not true. The reality is that a lot of people don't like buying their own or putting together their own
The
PCs.
L is
They don't
coming.
feel comfortable doing it for whatever reason. That is obviously the value add that having a pre-built does, but it does cost more money. Yes, I'm not going to go around and be like, well, actually, if you look at these prices, no. Yes, you can 100%. If you are looking for the best budget option and you have more time than money and you don't have a lot to spend, you should absolutely think about putting together your own PC. But please, before you put together your own PC, please make sure that they are compatible. I bought new RAM for my PC, and guess what happened?
Couldn't
it
use
didn't
it.
fit in my motherboard. And then after I bought a new motherboard, guess what happened? It didn't fit for my power supply. And before you know it, this was 10 years ago, okay? I didn't fucking know what I was doing, because I think a lot of people, what they do, I think that, in my opinion, this is the way that a lot of pre-builts work, is that you buy a pre-built and, you know, you upgrade it over time. I think that is the gateway
$1,000
into
is
building
not?
your own PC, which is buying a pre-built. My mother bought me a pre-built in 2004 from Sam's Club. It's an old HP PC, and I upgraded it in Wrath of the Lich King, or I think it was like Burning Crusade, somewhere around there.
Yeah, you pay
And
for the
so I
labor
think
of the
that's what
build,
a lot
true.
of people do. They buy a PC, and then over time they upgrade it, etc. Yeah, PC part picker. So yes, I would absolutely say that if you want to do that, make sure that your parts fit together. You know, make sure you use a compatibility thing, because you don't want to have the same problems that I did. You don't want to be duct taping a box fan to the side of the PC because your AMD Radeon 4650 fan doesn't work. Just a random example.
Unrelated
You know
to
what?
anything or any experiences.
Real quick.
Just a
Take 5
random
minutes.
example. Just a
Probably
random.
5 seconds.
God
Okay.
damn.
Right there.
He does
Oh, it's
not live there.
Oh, that's not it. Okay, never mind.
Is
I guess
fucking-
it must be later on. I'll have to find another video.
Ew.
But there are videos of the. Oh, there it is. It's right there.
Oh, God.
See, there's the box fan. And yes, I would have to move it closer to the PC. Yes.
We're able to build something with
Jesus.
identical
He
specs
does not live
cost,
that way.
I kid you not, $900 less. In fairness to StarForge, that did include a recent price drop on the 3080 Ti, but even so, it was way
We have to
cheaper.
look at that.
In a similar vein, we were actually able to build a system with a 3090 Ti rather than a 3080 Ti while still spending the exact same amount. So yes, building a DIY system will save you money.
And it will always do that. DIY will always save you money. Every single time.
Certainly hope so. But
PDS Game
things
is a
start
bad
to get
name.
More interesting once we start comparing to other SIs. Not
Okay.
everybody wants to build their own computer. So while iBuyPower will build you a PC for roughly the same price, that one doesn't come with a light-up cock and balls in it.
Hey, the cock and balls doesn't sound that bad after all, huh? Yeah, look at that. Hey guys, look, it's pretty good, right? Look at that. That's what you call value, all right?
Oh my God,
Consider that
Reverex.
a
That's so.
big
I'm so
downside.
sorry to hear
And
that. It's
looking at
terrible.
the Tier 2 fancy system builders, things get even more interesting. Origin PC costs about $100 more, but with DDR5, and Main Gear will sell you a system with these same specs for a casual $4,700.
Jesus.
So
Okay, so look at that.
Look at that.
That's a
That's a
minus
W.
$1,900.
That's a
okay,
W.
so we're doing pretty well. How about that?
Yeah, how about that, MRQ?
at this point, I think it's fair to say that StarForge's pricing broadly makes sense, especially since...
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna fucking clip this. I'm gonna clip this shit. And every single time that we talk about it and somebody mauls, I'm gonna clip that and I'm gonna play it for him every goddamn time. Yeah, industry-leading pricing. We've got really good pricing for this stuff, okay, guys?
Listen, you gotta be
Yeah,
competitive
perfect.
with the
You know
scams,
what?
alright,
Let's
Marco?
listen to it again. I think this is a great idea. Yeah, let's listen to this one again.
I think it's fair to say that StarForge's pricing broadly makes sense.
That is so true. I completely agree. Wait, he's not gonna say but, right?
Especially since they're...
Especially, that's even more the case. Totally agree. Absolutely. So true. Linus, what a great video. Wait for it?
No, this is
$100
Asmongold.
drop and their build adjustments. StarForge also offers a...
Okay, all right. So look at that. The warranty, yes. Listen to this.
2-year warranty where if something breaks, they will actually pay for shipping both ways and fix...
The reason why is because we don't want to have people that get a PC from us and then it sucks. Because if that happens, that
Total
person
G,
is
yeah,
in
total
all
G.
of our chats saying, "You son of a bitch. You stole $1,000, or you stole $2,000, $3,000 from me, and I'm stuck here with a brick." So yeah, you're goddamn right.
Fix your PC if the fix can't be done over the phone, which is pretty impressive if they can actually manage to pull that off in the... is pretty impressive.
Very much. Very impressive. So impressive. Very true. Absolutely. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, if they pull it off, well, I mean, okay, all right.
Everyone's
If they
spamming
can
if.
actually manage to pull that off in the real world. I still don't know if I can
In
wholeheartedly
the real
recommend it
world.
for the same reason that I don't wholeheartedly recommend buying a car on its very first model year. But while they clearly have a couple of...
I think that's fair. Obviously, we have a long way to go. The truth is that with StarForge,
penis.
whenever you have a bunch of people who are professional video watchers, professional, OnlyFans talk show hosts, and people that play Minecraft and cook and get in arguments with their girlfriend, it is hard to immediately walk onto the field and say, hey, we're bona fide. And the thing
Wait,
is,
I
like,
don't know. What did you
I
say?
don't mind that, right? Obviously, we have to prove ourselves to a certain degree, because you're right. It's like you have a bunch
Big
of
dick
streamers
PCs.
that come together and put together a
Yeah, I
you
reckon
know,
that
a
would
thing
pop
like
off, to be
Starforge
honest.
like this. And there's a good chance
They
that,
should
you know,
totally
things
just call
go
themselves
wrong,
Big Dick
etc.
PCs,
So
100%.
I can respect anybody's trepidation with that, but I think in time we will earn that trust, and that is our goal.
The kinks to work out. I'd say if they're still around in 6 months and you like the streamers in OTK, then Starforge seems like they might be as good an option as any other SI on the market. Of course, Starforge seems like they might be as good an option as any other SI on the market.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. There we fucking go, boys.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
he's
there it
playing
is,
the
of course.
angle. He wants to be as good as the competitors because then they will obviously win the popular vote. They'll always choose, like, if I could pick A or B, and A or B has the exact same outcome for the exact same price, but A is supported by people that I like, and B is supported by who God knows who. So you can always choose A.
I'm feeling good.
So they're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
take
great.
over a huge market share if they're just as good as everyone else.
Of course, the best option is always the option to segue to our sponsor, NordPass. Repeated delays cause frustration and threaten the timely delivery of work projects. How can you eliminate these disruptions?
Why
and
is
increase your
Asmongold watching the
productivity? By
ad?
using NordPass Business Password Manager.
He's looking at it with
Save time
such
and energy and focus on what
sincerity.
matters most to your team. NordPass eases the burden of access to business accounts, making it possible for your team to work across devices and apps uninterrupted. With
That's actually
NordPass, you
useful.
can forget about account resets because all your credentials are saved in one secure place with just one click. You
He's-
can identify
he's agreeing with
vulnerabilities
us.
and learn if any of the credentials, payment
Thanks, thank you
information,
so much for the
emails, or company
17
domains have been
months.
compromised, and login information is pulled
Louis always looking like a full course meal. That's for lunch.
for
I'm just
orders,
eating
ads,
some
and
steamed
invoices in
vegetables.
just a few
See?
seconds.
Look
See
at
for
this
yourself
broccoli.
how automating the manual
Want some?
aspects of storing online accounts.
I should use this so I can order things on Tower of Fantasy more quickly. Because, like, I have to put in my credit card information every single time, and I feel stupid.
Yeah, I think you're right, George. Yeah, I think he does do it
because
to
it's
respect
like every
the
time
streamer,
you do it,
the
it's
creator.
like you're doing it again. Because, like, just clicking the button, you don't think about that. You know what I mean? You just click through it.
And sharing sensitive data can save your team hours throughout the work week while keeping your information safe. See NordPass Business in action now with a 3-month free trial at nordpass.com/LinusBusiness.
3 months
or
free
by
trial
using
is
the
pretty
code
good.
LinusBusiness at checkout. If
Like
you guys
3
enjoyed
months is
this
a long
video,
time.
Gosh, we don't really do a whole lot of pre-built PC reviews. I guess I'll throw back to the last Secret Shopper, because that's the last time we did anything similar. Go check it out.
I will consider this an overall W.
Yeah, I'd say that was a W, actually.
I actually think this was pretty good. This was a lot better than what I had expected. I think the
I'd say that was a
feedback you
W.
provided was pretty good. And
What color was it on the board,
obviously, like,
Feist?
we've, you know, every time I heard that there was going to maybe be a video that comes out about us. And to be honest, I was a bit nervous. I was a bit nervous about it, but at the end of the day, you know, Starforge has had.
Purple, you got it.
We've had a there's been
I
some
would never
things,
build my own PC
and,
unless there was
I
a
mean, the
manual
thing
or
is,
something
like, with
similar I
like,
can
you know,
use.
theoretically with like an i3 processor, you know, there are certain things that you're not able to do with certain processors that are.
I think
you know,
building your own
potentially
PC can be.
So it takes
A lot of
time,
people don't want to take the
and,
risk to do it because
I'm
when you
glad
pay
that-
someone to
I'm
build
glad
it,
it's
it comes
gone
with a
so well.
warranty
I'm
of the
actually-
build.
I'm really glad that
Whereas
they
if
did the
you
video.
fuck it
I think
up,
this is a very good
you
feedback,
can't.
very
Nothing.
good criticism.
Nothing warranties
And,
it.
I mean, everything you said is legit, right? I mean, like the Windows thing. I don't know about the Windows thing. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm sure that they know better than I do. What are they doing with all the PSU cables that are missing? I mean, we'll figure that out. I mean, we can just send them in there, right? Well, let me see here. And read the comments. I want to read the comments. I fully agree with Linus. Is there one position in IT, help desk, IT, it's 30 years corporate world. I quit making PCs for people in a general sense for long ago. Oh, about this? Yes. So I hate to fix people's computers because if I do that, then anything that happens with that computer in the future is my problem.
Yeah.
I did this. Oh,
Yeah.
it was working great until you did that one thing, and
Yeah.
now it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely, man.
True. Yeah, true. It will fry itself. Yeah, true. What's up, Rocket? Rocking it. Hey. Come back. Woo, woo. There you go. There's a newish 2 weeks Mark Robber. Okay, let's watch that.
This is me entering an arcade wearing just your normal everyday backpack. Only technically it's not your normal everyday backpack, because when I set it here and then nonchalantly load a few balls into the water bottle, then it plays the game like a good robot should, and I win all the tickets. And that's pretty cool, but what if I told you I made similar backpacks not just for Skee-Ball, but for this game and this one, basically coming up with contraptions to absolutely dominate 5 of the most common arcade games, including some hacks that cost less than $1 and actually work to set world record ticket payouts.
Oh my
also
God,
secretly
that's
recorded data
cheating.
from a bunch of different arcades. So I'll teach you the strategies to beat the games that give out the most tickets, along with showing you the 5 games we discovered are actual scams. Don't ever step foot in another arcade again until you've watched this video in its entirety. Let's get started.
That's outsmarting.
Now, admittedly,
There are
the
games
genesis
in
for this
arcade that are
video
an actual
came when I
scam.
was using my over-engineered bowling ball that I could control just
Now
by
I'm
leaning.
curious.
Because I thought, what if I took that same concept and applied it to mini golf? And while that idea could be really useful for getting a good golf score, there's just no real payoff for my efforts, which focused my attention to the holy grail of any mini golf course, the arcade. It was time to recoup all the allowance money I've lost as a kid, starting first with Skee-Ball. And before we really see it in action, let me first explain how it works. Because if you take away the backpack, you'll find a Frankenstein version of a softball pitching machine that we chopped up and modified so it runs just off batteries. Then there's a solenoid here that makes sure the Skee-Balls get released one at a time. So if you just turn it on, then we put a ball in here, it fires the ball like this. The coolest part here, though, is when it's placed in the backpack, you roll this pocket up to reveal the ball exit, and then place this water bottle here as a clever disguise to load up to 3 balls at a time. Now, of course, if you don't have a secret robot backpack, here's how you win this game as a mere human. For starters, if you watch the pros play, yes, there are Skee-Ball pros, they actually aim for the 4,000 point hole. And this actually makes sense, because even if your throw is a little too weak or a little too strong, you're still getting significant points. A common mistake is to take the bait and go all or nothing by aiming for the small 10,000 point hole in the corner. The pros aim for this only in desperate situations where they're behind and they need big points to make a comeback for the win. The other big tip is to brace your leg against the base of the machine in the same spot each time. And then try and only move your arm, which will make your throws more repeatable and accurate because you're reducing the variables that could lead to error. So if you want to win, just follow these tips and practice a bunch. Or you could just go with my route.
Oh my God.
So then when you're all done dominating, or if you think one of the workers might be getting suspicious, you can just pick up the backpack at any point and walk away with a bunch of tickets on your card. Up next is one of my personal favorites, basketball. In this case, the backpack is being used just to smuggle the special mechanism inside. Because to the untrained eye, this is just a normal basketball, when in fact, it's a robot in disguise. Now before I show you exactly how it works, you first need to understand how these games work. Just underneath each rim is an infrared laser and a detector. And then on the front of the rim, on the other side of that metal plate, is a reflector. So when the laser beam shines straight forward, it bounces off the reflector, and then the sensor's like, yep, I can see the beam. So when a ball goes through the hoop, it breaks the beam, and the sensor's like, aha, I didn't see it for a second. At which point it tells the game to add 2 points to your total, because that means you must have scored. In engineering, we call this a beam break detector, and it's the exact same concept you have as a safety feature on your garage door. So if you really want to destroy the high score here, the ball needs to break the beam beam, then somehow get out of the way so the beam reconnects, and then come back and break the beam again over and over again as fast as possible. But if you think about it, the whole ball doesn't need to actually get out of the way, just the part in front of the beam itself. And how might you do that? Well, one way is to 3D print the bottom hemisphere of a basketball in two parts attached together through some linear guide rods, then add a battery, microcontroller, and servo motor so the bottom part of the shell can translate up and down. This way it would reconnect the beam and then break it over and over again and register 2 points every time that happened. Now you just need a way to grab the rim so you can hang out there while you perform these shenanigans. And if you had some pneumatic pistons connected to a mini pressure intake controlled by a solenoid valve triggered by an RF remote, then you could shoot the ball normally, and then with one push of a button, piston rods would shoot out and grab the rim, and then once mischief was managed, you trigger the remote again and they would retract. Now if you just add another 3D printed hemisphere on top, then glue on the actual basketball skin, then when you put it all together, it would look something like this. Now if you don't happen to have a RoboBall, here's a few tips that will help you get the high score for this game. Now the most important thing is you never want to waste time waiting for a ball to roll down to you. And since these games normally come in pairs, just swipe your card on both games and then temporarily borrow the second set of balls. Now this should give you plenty more than you need, so just keep the balls that are the least inflated. Now you start the game and get into a rhythm where you finish your shot with one hand and then start grabbing or replacing the ball with your other hand before your first shot has even gone in. Or if the rim is close and you want to get really extreme, you can just go with a two-handed shooting strategy like this guy. But even that strategy is no match for my spherical transformer, because when I'm ready to go, I just shoot the ball with one hand and then hit the remote right as it's about to go in. And now as the ball just sits there articulating, I simply watch those sweet, sweet points rack themselves right on up.
Oh my god.
And then as soon as time's up, I just hit the remote again and the piston rods retract. And while no one's the wiser, I've now engineered my way to a buttload of tickets and a new lifetime high score. Next up is a really popular game called Quick Drop, where you hit this button to release these ping pong balls at the right moment, and if you get all 50 ping pong balls into the buckets within the 22 seconds allotted without missing any shots, then you hit the mega jackpot. But the thing is, to get all 50 balls in before the time runs out, there's essentially no margin for human error, which is good news for me because robot backpacks don't make human errors. Now you notice when I walk up, I can just set the backpack down and it self-registers right in place. The trick here is we 3D printed an exact negative replica of the button housing on the game. And this piston rod that pokes through and pushes the button on the game is attached to this solenoid that's controlled by this Arduino microcontroller, and it tells it the exact timing needed to beat the game. Now if you're trying this on your own, here's what you need to know. To successfully do this in 22 seconds, you have to drop 4 balls in each bucket, except in 2 buckets, you've got to drop 5. Now dropping 5 into these 2 buckets isn't impossible, but the timing's so tight, it's really hard to pull off without them hitting the rim and bouncing out. Now the jackpot starts at 500 tickets, and every time someone loses, it goes up by 2 tickets, and each time that happens, the game gives you just a little more total time on the clock. And so if you ever see the jackpot at more than 625 tickets, enough time is now on the clock where you only need 4 balls per bucket to win, and it's definitely worth trying it a few times because that makes it so much easier to pull off. Alternatively, if you're too impatient to wait for the jackpot to rise up, you can just go to school for 6 years to get a degree in mechanical engineering and do it this way.
Wow.
And then even as all 554 sweet, delicious tickets are being added to your account, you can just inconspicuously walk away with your backpack in tow.
Wow.
For our next game, we've got the perennial arcade favorite, air hockey. Now this is the most complicated of all the builds because if you look closely here at the top, there's a hole in the bag for a camera to look out through. Then stripping away the backpack, you can see that camera connects to the brains, and in this case, it's a Raspberry Pi, which is basically like a mini computer instead of just an Arduino microcontroller like all the other builds have used so far. The reason this one needs a bit more brain power is because it uses computer vision to track the puck, and based off the trajectory, it makes a prediction, then sends instructions to rotate this servo, which is attached to an arm that moves the paddle and protects the goal. Nice. And perhaps my favorite part of this build is that it obviously won't work if the whole thing is sliding and moving all around. So we need to anchor it down securely into position, but we need to do that quickly and discreetly. Our solution here is a pair of neodymium toggle magnets. So if you simply turn both of these knobs, the rare earth magnets move into position and anchor it to the steel frame of the air hockey table, and it's basically cemented in place as you can see here. As for the human strategy here, playing air hockey might seem like total chaos, but there are 4 simple tricks that will pretty much which guarantee you can beat any casual player. The first is to hold the paddle like this and not like this. Doing that allows you to really whip the paddle around and gain extra speed on your shots. The second is that for your default defensive position, you want your paddle to be out here, not right up against the goal right here. That's because this cuts down the angle, and you only have to move the paddle back and forth this far to protect the whole goal, versus back and forth this far if you're against the edge. This is the same reason goals will come out of the goal if there's a breakaway in soccer. Even for a bank shot, you now just have to move the paddle a small distance diagonally back like this. So your paddle should essentially always stay inside a triangle like this when you're playing defense. Now when you watch professionals play, yes, there are air hockey professionals, you will see them employ both these first two tips. The third trick you'll also see is they try and play for possession. You want to try and cushion your opponent's shot and gain possession of the puck so you can set up your own shot, which leads to the last tip. Mix up the straight shots and bank shots, but try and practice at least one trick shot like this one, where you hit the puck down into the corner and then when it rebounds back to you, you hit the bank shot for the win. Here's what that looks like in action. Now the real benefit of my backpack system is you can be playing your opponent, but then when you get a phone call or you have to attend to some other important matters, your goal is in safe hands. And then at your own leisure, you can eventually just come back and finish things off. Then with the victory securely in hand, you just disengage the two toggle magnets with a twist, and you're good to go. And finally, we've got the ultimate test of strength,
oh my God,
the punching bag game. Now for this one, to make it more interesting, I wanted to find and challenge the guy in the arcade whose muscles looked the least like mine. So I stepped up first,
the least
and rocked
like
a
mine,
6, 7, 8 out of a possible 9, 9, 9. But then he stepped up and rocked an 8, 7, 7. And since that's bigger than 6, 7, 8, the trash talking commenced.
Maybe if you spend a little less time at the computer, a little more time in the weight room.
So that was disappointing, but lucky for me, I had a trick up my sleeve. Like, actually, because that's a fake arm in order to disguise this.
Now who's the one who's still a little inadequate?
It's basically a bionic punching arm powered by 2 spring-loaded pistons. To set the springs, we use a threaded rod and a drill, and once under tension, they're held in place with a quick-release mechanism I can trigger with my finger at the exact moment I want to punch a thing. And I would classify the initial test in the lab as encouraging. Now it's important to note, to play by the rules for this game, there's no side punching, pushing, running, kicking, or headbutting. But you'll notice there's no rule against spring-loaded piston punching ones. So now that my moment of sheer domination had arrived, I stepped up and rocked an 838, which was less than 877, which was disappointing.
Dang it!
And in hindsight, I should have known it's really hard to compete with the human body in terms of things like punching and throwing, because we're just so efficient with those mechanics, and I have to sacrifice a lot of the speed and momentum of my own arm body system when I'm wearing that heavy wrist-mounted puncher. But you know what? I'm a fighter, and what I lack in muscle mass, I make up for in tenacity. So out of curiosity, I took a closer look to see how the machine actually works. And it turns out it has a beam break sensor just like the basketball game. So as that odd-shaped metal piece, which is attached to the axle and punching bag, rotates around, the beam has this tiny window to hit the sensor. You can see the sensor in the front view here. So the game cleverly measures how many milliseconds the sensor sees the beam for, and from that, it infers how quickly the bag is rotating on the axle, and therefore how hard it was punched. And this gave me an idea. So I went to the prize counter and redeemed a few of my jackpot tickets I'd been stocking up in exchange for a Pez dispenser. Step 1 was to unwrap and eat some of the Pez, because they're just delicious. And then for step 2, I removed the head and cut the arcade card like this, and then taped it here, and then went and tracked down my new friend. My theory was that if I extended the Pez dispenser and modified card out like this, and then let go, the force of the spring would retract the card, and it would break the beam so fast, the machine would think it was an insanely fast punch. But would it actually work? And it turns out, it absolutely does, because I maxed out the machine. So, yeah, use this information responsibly, kids. Now, a few years ago, I made a video where I visited the carnival and collected data on all the games and then used physics to expose which carnival games were rigged and then showed how to beat them. So this time around, instead of the carnival, I once again bribed some family friends with unlimited Slurpees in exchange for them collecting a bunch of data at some local arcades. And in addition to uncovering which games were scams, which I'll cover in just a minute, here's what we discovered. For starters, the most popular games in the arcade were the redemption games, as opposed to the experience games. And here's what I mean by that. Redemption games games are the games where the goal is to win tickets. So like the coin pushers, or this Plinko game, or spin the wheel. On the other end of the spectrum, you have experience games like air hockey, skee ball, or racing games. It's a trade-off because the games on this side of the spectrum give out more tickets, but it's not as much about the fun of the experience. And then in the middle of the spectrum, you have games like the ping pong drop or hit the clown that have middle of the road ticket payouts, but they're also middle of the road fun to play. Now, since the games on this side were a lot more popular, they earn a lot more money for the arcade even when you factor in the higher ticket payouts. We found that for a medium-sized arcade on a busy day, the less popular games were played 25 times, and the more popular ones could be played up to 250 times or more. At an average gameplay of $1, that means each game makes $25 to $250 per day, or about $7,000 to $70,000 per year. And finally, we found that if your sole goal was to win tickets, coin pusher games like this Avengers one seem to be the best return on investment. But honestly, you can just ask one of the workers there who are hanging out making minimum wage and are probably pretty chill, because chances are they'll just tell you which ones they regularly see pay out the best. Alright, so finally, let's get to the real juicy part and talk about which games we discovered were basically scams. Now, I actually have some experience in this area because a few years back, I built my original backpack arcade robot to dominate this game. Basically, it would sense the light turning on a few lights in front of the jackpot light, then it would hit the button with sub-millisecond precision, and then we would touch nothing in between runs, and yet it would alternate between missing both short and long. In other words, the timing on the jackpot light doesn't match up with the duration it's lit, and it's very different from all the other lights. You can actually test this yourself by picking a random light, and you'll find miraculously you could somehow hit that random light every single time you try. Now, this caused me to dig a little deeper. After a bit of research, I was able to locate a copy of the owner's manual, at which point I discovered the arcade owner could just manually set how often a jackpot should be won. So this time around, I was curious what other games were essentially running the same scam where you think it's a game of skill, but in reality, the arcade owner is controlling when a jackpot's won. And as it turns out, this really popular game called Stacker employs the same trick. This other really popular game, Keymaster, and this Cut the Rope game are also, in fact, running the same scam. In all three cases, I was able to get a hold of a copy of their owner's manual, and each one has some language around how the arcade owner can specify how often a jackpot occurs. I also found many, but not all, claw machines have language around how it will close with full strength, but then back off to a much weaker strength of whatever is set by the owner. For this reason, it's best to try for prizes closest to the exit hole to minimize the amount of time it's held in the claws. And I call these games scams because they present themselves as winnable games of skill, when in reality, it's essentially a random dice roll that is heavily stacked against you. And just like at the carnival, the most lucrative games are those where people overestimate their chances of winning because
that's why I didn't win at Time Zone.
In gambling psychology, this is known as the near miss
and that's why I didn't win that plush toy.
Play of the slot machine. But this is much worse than a slot machine because at least in that case, you know it doesn't matter how you pull the lever because it's random chance. And on top of that, those games are regulated, so there is a minimum payout required by law. So for every dollar, for example, put into a slot machine, they have to pay out at least 80 cents back to the players. But for those scam arcade games I just mentioned, the default payout rate is on average 20 cents for every dollar you spend, but a shady arcade owner could basically set that to 0 and no one would know, and that would be perfectly legal. And that's especially messed up because it's primarily played by kids. So if you remember nothing else, just try and pick games that avoid any sort of digital winning element that can be rigged. Because in those cases, you just never really know what your chances are. These games, however, are all great options to at least have a better sense of your actual odds of winning. I've checked the manual for all of these, and what you see is exactly what you get. And I can vouch, some arcades are more fair about this than others. For example, my home arcade here refuses to carry any of the games that can be rigged against you, which I think is pretty cool. However, if they happen to see this, my only suggestion is that moving forward, they should probably institute a no backpacks allowed policy. And perhaps also don't let people redeem tickets for Pez dispensers. This is a dad finder. It was made by a dad who's also a pilot, so his kids always know which direction and how far away he is when he's traveling around the world. And this contraption feeds your dog with the pull of a lever and went on to get successfully funded as a 6-figure Kickstarter campaign. So after these and tens of thousands of more projects just like them have in common, well, they were all designed by folks who took my creative engineering class at studio.com.
Cool.
The best part about being a maker and an engineer is you can come up with clever solutions for your real life challenges, like winning more tickets at the
that's
arcade.
actually true
It's like
as
a
well,
superpower,
Handouts. Like,
but
teach
it's a
them early
superpower
to
you
not
can
gamble.
learn, and I love to see
Yeah, I
others
think that's
catch
smart,
that
actually.
spark, which is why a few
Teach
times
them
a year
early.
I teach a month-long creative engineering course, and enrollment for the latest session is open right now. Now you might be like, hold up, Mark, didn't you just launch the Crunch Labs Build Box, that monthly toy that gets delivered to a kid where you build it together with them on video and then explore all the juicy physics that make it work? Why are you now back to talking about this class? And it's like, yeah, I did. But the problem is that we sold out of the certified butt-ton of subscriptions we had in stock in like less than a week. So I don't really want to talk about that until we have more in stock, which will for sure happen in time for the holidays. So if you want to guarantee you get dibs on one for Christmas before we sell out again, you better get yourself on the wait list at crunchlabs.com.
Why are you not talking about this really cool thing that I'm currently talking about, but we just sold out, and I'm just going to tell you about it still anyway, so that you got to be anticipating this return.
It's sort of the first step. It's a monthly build I walk you through where I teach you to think like an engineer. So if you're teenager-ish all the way down to way younger, it's perfect for you, and you gotta get on that wait list. But if you're teenager-ish all the way up to way older, the creative engineering class is perfect for you. Because the class is more open-ended, and it covers my full engineering design process, all the way from how I come up with an idea, to prototyping, to finalizing the build, and then giving it character. I show you everything that I'm thinking, everything that I'm doing, and I do it 3
There's a
times.
deepfake
Over the
YouTube
course of a
channel of
month,
him?
you're gonna watch
Say it
me
again.
design and create 3 totally original builds, and I'm gonna guide you through finishing 3 creative builds of your own. And this is an online class, so you can take it from anywhere and work it around your schedule, but it's fully immersive and intensive. So whether you're working professional, a complete beginner, or an experienced engineer, this class has been designed to meet you wherever you're at and then level up your skills. So go to studio.com/MarkRover or use the link in the video description to see what other people had to say about their experience, and then enroll,
Dude, he's
and I'll see
good.
you in class. Thanks for watching.
I don't even like engineering, and this guy's making me want to take a class. Nice. Let's do a run. Okay, guys,
The
it's
world's
time.
new era of warfare.
Amazing. We're gonna do a run of Hades. I wish my headache would go away. I already took like painkillers, but this hasn't helped. Autoplay nopers. Oh wait, do you want to try this Muse Dash first? One sec. Let's try Muse Dash first. Let's quit this. I have a headache. I have to skip my Lingot today. Bonic, it takes 3 seconds.
Pera pera.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. No. How do I...
Welcome, my friend.
Oh my god. How do I turn this down? It's super loud. I don't understand why games do this, by the way. Like, I literally had to skip the tutorial just to get to the settings page. I think that's dumb. Always that's the case. Okay. Oh, so all of that audio was copyrighted, just by the way.
さあ、ロックを楽しもうぜ。
What are you supposed to do? Why is it still so loud? Proto Genius. I would deny your application instantly. You're not even subbed to my channel. What's it, Poet? Okay. Start. How do we play? I see the tutorial, by the way. Oh. Are these candy corns? Oh. Punch the candy corn. I'm dead. 27k is nothing, Proto Genius. That means you barely ever watch my stream. This is just a timing based game. I'm pressing it too early. That's a colorful Hades level. The music is pretty great, isn't it? You actually have this game on Android? I need to redouble my viewership effort. Yeah, you like barely ever here, Proto. I can't accept no boyfriend application from someone that doesn't even spend time with me. We cleared the stage. Oh wow, these are all locked at higher levels. Okay, never mind. That goes really far. Halloween spoopy. It's like Osu for noobs. good is this? Oh, I missed it. Damn it. Missed it again. Psycho? Okay. That was cool, my kid. Let's play Hades. Cool to try it out, you know? I did unlock a new level. Quit, yes. I like that song, that one. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, the music's great. I probably would like it a bit more if I didn't have a headache. Yeah, it's called Muse Dash. Boom, 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 boom. Are we gonna beat Hades this time? Let's beat him.
What's this one do? Think you can take me, boyo?
Add 25% to your life total. Damn, that's pretty good, actually.
Go with that one. Stygius, you're revealing your past. Keepsakes hold power.
Every time I play this game, I have to like relearn all the keys. Mm-hmm. Going to Kauai is just straight hell. That's funny. The game you played made me want to try Muse Dash. Yeah, it's called Muse Dash. How you doing, Akuma? Good to see you. Okay. I can have 0 heat on this because I haven't even used this weapon before. Just go, pal. You can do it.
The dead are judged and sent to Asphodel, Elysium, or Tartarus. We keep the process neat and orderly. Everyone gets in, no one gets out.
I'll show you neat and orderly.
I have gifted her.
My daughter to a base-born farm boy, she... Oh, a little sprout. I wasn't very kind to her, I think. Certainly not once her father passed.
I'm actually going to try on my phone. Oh, you've been trying a lot of games recently. Excellent. I'm very happy to hear that. Hope you've been having a super fun time too. The Mortal Blood made her weak. Who's paying?
Yes.
I don't want that. Chaos Gate. Oh, there's a fish. Let's get the fish first. How lucky. It's a void skate. Oh my god. That looks very expensive. We'll do the health.
Come on, you. Look who.
Run, run, run.
What else?
Try not to get hit by the Inferno bomb, you know? That the thing that dropped from the ceiling is the thing that killed him. It wasn't me. Okay, let's just restart. I'm giving them. I was doing it again. Can't make that many mistakes so early.
Another keepsake.
Hey.
I'm still getting used to this.
I don't think so.
Say it, blood and darkness. It's a curse, boy.
Jane.
Say it with me. Blood and darkness. Each available in high abundance here.
Blood and darkness, well indeed.
My daughter to a base-born farm boy, she... Boy, little sprout, I wasn't very...
Yes. All right. But this.
Oh, it's a pro jelly! Oh my god, is that better or worse than the last one we had? Freaking awesome. Pro jelly. Crap. These are all bad, guys. I don't like these. I was trying to power up. I wanted to try and power up my attack.
The whims of Master Chaos. Who's first?
Oh my god. It's like...
Let's see what I can do with this sword.
Okay. Didn't even know there was fishing in this game. Every good game has fishing. Don't forget, guys! Exclamation point! Charity. Today's the last day we are doing the charity. Thanks so much, you.
Sharpened.
That's pretty good.
All mine.
Yesterday was a big tournament, and one of the main competitors was caught stuffing the fish with lead weights. Wait, what does that do? Exactly.
My keepsake powered up.
Points are awarded by the weight of the fish. I see.
What's in the pool this time?
I see, I see.
Oof, extra coin.
I didn't mean to press that.
I can use this.
Bonus dash charges.
Time to pick up the pace.
Oh, sugar. Do we vert? I don't know if we can verse. Sharon. Last time we died, and I'm like actually really lit right now. Guys, guys can decide. You wanna take the bag or not? Oh wow, MRQ. We thought he'd get stabbed. Don't you think they should like... I feel like they should like check the fish when it's a professional setting. Drama. Okay. Alright, screw it. Let's take the bag.
Hey, Charon, look at me.
Yeah, they should got them. Hopefully he scales to my level. Otherwise I'm screwed.
Think you can beat me, Charon?
Wow. Never mind. It does not scale to my level. Fudge. Oof. Well, at least now we know, you know? Yeah, I just can't beat him. Jesus. You guys, why didn't you tell me to not fight him? And that he doesn't scale? You can't fight Sharon on the 3rd level, guys. It's not possible. On the 3rd chamber. I think my attack is a deflect. I'm not sure. I was trying it out.
Is that music?
You had it out with Charon again, huh? And it turned out like it did before. The thing you have to understand is he's got lots of upper body strength. See the definition in his arms?
True.
Maybe try some rowing for yourself.
You try it.
Fair enough.
Look at you, lad, with that codex brimming with our history. I knew I could rely on you to fill it out.
His name's Karen, Libby. I know, but I like calling him Sharon.
Down here. Mortals must have had their stories, though, about what happens to them once they die and once they end up in this place.
They had their stories, definitely so. They fear your father, understandably. They also fear your dog. But most
The dog.
else. Even their fears, I think, are born of ignorance, as most fears tend to be.
Hmm.
Verify something for me here, boy. According to the latest reports, you attempted unsuccessfully to shoplift from Charon himself, and were consequently slain. Utterly ignoble end, even for you.
I was borrowing, okay? Not
I was borrowing.
Why didn't anybody ever tell me Charon was such a monster? I thought the boating mercantile thing made for a peaceful life.
You incur the wrath of ancient chthonic gods, and then are surprised to be destroyed by them. Have you learned nothing after all this time?
Libby, you have a pet doggo for good luck. I haven't lost a game since I started.
No. They're in the middle of something. Not everybody knows exactly how to give you pets and live to tell of it, right, boy?
There you go.
I've decided I should give this singing thing another shot for now, my friend. I hope you like it.
It's beautiful, mate. If only Eurydice could hear you right now.
How kind of you, my friend. It's just seeing you carry on like this time after time. I was reminded I ought to get on with my existence too, such as it is right now.
Nice. Finally, singing again. Dodo birds actually died out within a single generation of humans. They lived out on the island for 1,000 years. Humans showed up and they were extinct in like less than 20 years. Are you serious?
I have to ask you something, Nyx. What is this debt you owe my father anyway? Forgive my eavesdropping. It's just
That's actually crazy.
the two of you discussing things and it came up.
I was here long before your father. The responsibility to govern fell to me. Yet I could not manage on my own. I shape the darkness, ensure the integrity of the domain. I am less prone to census taking and administering rules.
Jay.
Such responsibilities.
It's not Karen, it's Charon. But CH in Australia is usually a shit sound. Like Chanel. Or Shanique Chantel. Yeah, I did beat him on the first attempt, and now he's so hard. Thanks, Taco. Maybe gave me an easy go for the first, like, beginner's luck.
He worked diligently from the start. Soon there was order where once there was none. I fashioned this house for him, and I maintain it still. We remain in partnership, in interdependency.
He's never taken advantage of you, of your generosity.
No, child. He has not. He can be short with me, as you have seen, but that is the extent of it. We have found ways to reconcile disagreements. Though your relationship with him it is more complicated than my own, I fear.
True.
I'm sure we can reconcile our disagreements all the same. Head chat.
Pro Jelly, what'd I get? 250 darkness. Alright, need me more of them Pro Jellies.
I feel different. I'm wide awake.
I didn't even get to a boss. Oh, that's kind of embarrassing. Okay, we haven't beaten Dad with this weapon yet.
The gods have spoken.
Now, which one's my special? Attack is top button. Special is left button. Okay. Slow Sharon dying to Sharon? Okay, that's good. Fuck you. Huh. Well, they're just giving me the most OP ability in the game.
To my health. Than's keepsake.
Wait, what's wrong with my controller?
Hello, mates.
Trippy Shot's my only boon. And it's the only one I need. We'll go down to chaos, I think. Attack is the top one. Yeah, attack is the top one. True, Bonnie, true. I had one vanilla, but I can't find where I placed it, otherwise I'd send her mine. Oh, Bonnie. 72 health is pretty huge. I'm gonna go for it. That's not good. Restore health? Save my money.
Hey, hey. So how do you like the surface, hey, Princess?
Kind of wish I didn't get the exclamation mark on this level. Well, that means I'm gonna get on next level, right?
It takes some getting used to, that's for sure. I'm not sure I'll ever grow completely accustomed to it. Do you miss it, sir?
Oh, you know, I still have almost everything that matters, and the rest, it makes for precious.
Oh yeah, they were honey-coated macadamias, but I finished them now. They're gone. Oh, Aphrodite.
That's again, huh?
Nice.
Anyone else?
How you must yearn to reach the surface, little goblin. It likewise stirs in me a yearning to assist you by all means.
The music, yeah. It's really good. Should we go to the call or the dash? Guys? Call or dash? Which one would you go for? Dash, I like to spam that. I do like to spam the dash, but also the call was really good against Hades when I beat him last time. Just how is it here? Okay. I will do dash.
Let's break some hearts.
The call was so clutch. Yeah, I agree. I only went for the dash because it was an epic rarity. But yeah. If it comes up again, I'll definitely pick it.
You can't stop me.
You can't stop me. We got a key. Damn, always these things. Wait, what was that just hit me? What the heck just hit me? Kind of pissed off because I shouldn't have taken damage there. You rarely end up where someone is when dash ends. This just like literally one-shots everybody. As soon as they brought out the witches, I was gone. I was doing so well up until then.
My Chaos Bone switched to a new effect.
Ooh, finally. Damn, I was hoping she'd give me the call again. I chose the wrong one. But...
No, I'm not. But truthfully, I am a bit annoyed. A little bit. And so I got to send the message, man.
Didn't have much choice. Now he's angry.
Oh, crap. I forgot about the purple things on the ground. I kind of want to restart. I just really want to restart. One time. I picked the wrong boon. I'm gonna restart. Just once. Because I picked that wrong boon.
I'll gain more darkness with this. Again.
This will be it. This will be it. This will be the run. We got this now.
My keepsake.
Oh god, it's the witches. Yes.
Just right. Well, now.
That's kind of cool. Let's try it out.
Limitless darkness.
Amazing. OP, 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 OP. Alright, we got this. Oh, it's a fountain room. Unlucky.
Should fetch me something. Too bad I can't bottle this stuff.
We're going in. I actually like Dionysus's boons.
Surprised to see you, son of Hades. Let shall your journey take you from this point.
Okay. Oh, damn. My cast will do more damage? Oh, yeah. I don't know what ability I'm actually able to use. Let me just double check. I can't use my special. Okay, so I can only use my attack. Which, just to double confirm, is my X. So I can use my top button, but I can't use my... Oops. Ooh, 7 years, 8 months late night casual. Wow. Oh no, Orpheus is still male in this game, Proto. He just looks a little feminine, I think. Jesus. Oh, that was hard. That boss is like my weakness, I think.
Then I will probably ignore you like the rest. Just warning you ahead of time, all right?
Okay. Got a call, yeah. Artemis is cool.
Come forth, wretches, and stop this meddler.
That's what you get.
I just took damage. So sad.
Again, you make a mockery of me.
Not yet.
I'm gonna click the reward.
The underworld's power. We have.
I just get? That's fine. Pretty strong.
Seeing all that red.
Going fishing. Got a hellfish. A palm. Oh my god. Gosh, this is gonna be hard, isn't it? Oh, thank God. I didn't mean to click back. That's fine. It's all good. It's all good. It's pretty good. 68's not bad. Orpheus, though descended into hell because his wife died. He played music so beautifully that Hades and Persephone said she could return to life with him, but only if they could both return without looking behind. Once he made it back to the world, he looked back to her in joy, but she hadn't crossed yet, and so she returned to the land of the dead. That's so sad.
Should help keep me going.
Yeah, I'll get this dash. Oh, versing Meg already.
Your mother, Zagreus. You really think you'll find her once again out there? Even if you make it out. Maybe she's found another hiding place.
It isn't us she's hiding from up there. Father let her go. He never wanted to go after her. So I appreciate your concern, but I'll find her again.
That's just such a sad story, MQ.
That sounds like information neither one of them would want for me to know. You know the punishment for spilling secrets, don't you?
I didn't mean to do that. Well, hey, at least Meg took damage too. Yo.
Let's see you handle this.
Thanks for the loot. Max HP.
Let's keep going. I'll just go on that.
Yeah, go on up, Zag.
The Asphodel Meadows.
A pom?
Hello, mates.
No! That was my 2%. I'm pissed. Ooh. Hello. That's exactly what I wanted.
Look, Eurydice, I promise not to bother you with this each time, but you should know your husband's shattered by what happened with the two of you. He's genuinely sorry, and he loves you very deeply still, I'm sure of it.
And what am I supposed to do with that, Your Royal Majesty?
I don't know yet.
I don't know.
You shouldn't take my word for it. You should take his.
Don't think I'll be running into him anytime soon, from what I understand. But you're the Hades kid. You want to pull some strings on our behalf? Go right ahead, I guess. But I won't hold my breath, even if I could. Excellent.
Thank you for upgrading Trippy Shot. Would have preferred it to be a rare. Does it only upgrade at one level? It's better than nothing.
See you again.
Bye, hon.
More trinkets.
Ow! Oh, it's not good. Oh god, that was painful.
Phew. Let's see.
Nah. Athena. Darnell, hiyo.
This isn't good.
Nice. Dash, dash, dash. Come on, please.
You've been in contact with my father. Your Uncle Zeus, I mean.
It's been really good down now. We've been having a really good day. I have a slight headache at the moment, but we're doing super good. Oh, I'll do the divine freaking deflect attack. I wanted the dash, it's fine. What the actual?
God's grant me strength.
Oops. Crap. Can you stop jumping around, please?
How many more of these are there?
True. Nice. Tricky, tricky.
Should be useful.
I shouldn't have bought that. It's not a permanent thing. It's okay. It's all good. How are you doing, Darnell? How's everything going?
Did Artemis manage to locate you already, boss? She's pretty good at that.
It was 15 gold, MIQ. Wasn't that big a deal? Ooh, wealth per chamber? Let's get the wealth per chamber.
And we're off.
We're macro building. We're macro building here.
Hydra, if you understand me, menacingly hiss.
Hmm? Ouchie. Whoops. Ow. All right, dude. Okay, dude. Wasn't even in range, but alright. Totally fine. Get rid of this guy so I can. Nice. What's up, Cypher John? It is all the B emotes up in here. Not great. I actually feel like I could have done a bit better than that.
Where do you think you're going?
I think I'm going to Elysium. This ought to help for sure. Get out of this damn heat.
MQ, has Livy B's character encountered anybody from the poem about Dante's Inferno? Oh, I don't know. We really need health. No! That was the easiest 2%er of my life that I could have gotten. Ah, depression.
You want to die again?
Burrito. I am pissed. I am pissed that he actually got me there. Another easy 2%er I should have gotten. So sad.
They'll fear me with this spear.
Let's get some health. It would have been an easy 2%er.
Flame wheels.
There we go. 2%er. That's what I'm talking about. Shall we get Athena? It's a boss. Oh, they're both bosses. That's okay. It's this guy.
We meet again, short one, for further battle.
Yeah, battle. Further battle.
Short one. It's a low blow, sir. I thought you were the big honorable type.
You mock my sense of honor. Common tactic.
Don't forget, guys, exclamation point charity. How did that hit me? Exclamation point charity for the kids. Oh god. Ouchie. Ouchie. Yeah. All good.
Till next time, sir.
I like how it just leaves.
In the name of Hades.
Wait, don't I already have that one? Oh, it's my attack. Barry's spirit is breaking. Why? What happened, Inslee? I guess I can get my special to deflect too. Hard stuck? In Forsenbarge? either, Proto Genius. To be honest with you. Jane didn't know that either. Thank you, MRQ, for that amazing song request. Loved it. Ow. Ouch. Oh my god. That's really bad. I can't believe I used the Death Defiance. That's really bad.
That's one champion unseated.
Johnny B! Hiyo! How's your day going, Johnny B? I'm so rich. Let's have a look at the butterfly. 22? Okay. It's okay. Well, not okay actually for after Elysium. It should be at 26 at least. It's fine. Doing good? Good. Oh, we got some fishing. What are we gonna catch? Catch of the day. What's it gonna be? It's a scuffer. Cool.
Should come in useful.
I feel like this would have been really good.
just what I need.
Okay. Let's get some money. Catch of the day is hopefully not going to be fed any lead weights. Oh, oops. I forgot that it automatically starts. It's totally fine. Easy. Okay, getting our health back. We can still get a Death Defiance restore, honestly. It's all hope's not completely lost. Johnny, the apocalypse is happening. Oh my god. Not great. Gosh, okay, I can't go over that wall. Okay. Okay. I'll do it. Why not? I'm gonna get the palm.
I'll pay for that.
Palm is leveled up.
Which tunnel?
We're gonna go this one. Athena. I feel she's got something good for me. The story of Theseus vs Minotaur is a story of a woman empowering herself. Ariadne was a daughter of a king. Theseus sailed to marry her, but her father said he was unworthy and said he could only marry her if he could defeat the Minotaur, who lived at the center of an unbeatable maze. Ariadne snuck into Theseus's room to give him the secret to beat the maze, a ball of string. So Theseus was able to make it through the maze, defeat the Minotaur, ironically her brother, and make it back out alive. He and she rejoiced and got married. Then he sailed home and he abandoned her like a jerk back. Just can you cut out the last part of that story? Just pretend the last part of that story just never happened. But oof. After party's looking pretty good right about now, isn't it?
Time to deal with all this mess problem, I guess.
Ouch. Ouch.
Get out of here.
Okay, there you go. Divine Dash, and it's an epic. Thank God.
Lord Uncle Zeus won't mind, will he?
Hell yeah, that was pretty good. We'll take this one too.
I'll just take this one.
Need those burritos. Oh, we dropped a burrito. Thanks, man. Amazing. Athena's dash is literally amazing. Like, it's the best. It's the best. Hands down, it's just straight up the best.
Hear me on my authority.
Can they at least give me something good?
A sack fit for a huge three-headed hound. Hello, Cole.
Jane.
You must be hungry, huh? I'll take this one.
Here we go, finally a duo. After you deflect, briefly gain 20% chance to deal critical damage. Oh my god, that's actually huge. Budget. I don't care, I'm doing it. I'm not scared of anything, bro. I got Athena's dash. Look at all these burritos I'm picking up. I'm max HP now. Because I'm gonna get that final boon. He spat on me. Gross. Amazing. Annihilated. It's the easiest gold I've ever made. They're essentially paying me to take their gold. It's like how the bank is paying me to store their money. Wait, what? Oh my god, where is the... Oh my god, why is it all the way over there? Okay, that wasn't as great. That last round.
Down the chute.
Could have been better.
We can leave or explore more tunnels.
Life recovery, yeah. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm risking it all for a little more. Just a little more. That's really painful. It's like nowhere in the room to go. I like badly want a Well of Sharon. Come on, Well. Oh, you're the worst, dude. If I had to be honest, it was worth it. I think. Because I got the health. I think I have more health now than what I went into the dungeon with, maybe? Or if not the same. But will increase my Death Defiance health a little bit. Well, like 10 or something. It gave me a story that wasn't awful.
The monster's solitary Sator's axe proved terribly effective once again.
Agamemnon was the king in the Battle of Troy. He went to war because Paris stole the wife of his younger brother. While there, he took a second wife, and he returned home. His main wife killed him. And then his daughter killed the mother. What? Oh, you tagged it? Okay. Yeah, here. OVB. One that doesn't end horribly. Odysseus sailed to war against Troy as a general under his king. He tried to return home with the rest, but got blown off course and spent 10 years at sea. Finally, when he made it back, he arrived just in time to discover he had been declared dead, and all of his lieutenants were trying to marry his wife to own his land. His wife recognized him, but no one else did. So they did a bunch of tests until finally she outsmarted everyone else and had them try to string his bow. No one was strong enough, except finally Odysseus, who strung his bow and murdered everyone else. It's still a Greek myth after all. Fair enough. It's a good story.
See you, boy.
It's time. This is it, boys. This is the win. This is it.
Been waiting long?
Been waiting long?
I cannot let you go, boy. Some nights such as this one, you'll understand.
Ouch. God, I can't hit him at all. No! Oof, close call. Really? The skull hit me. Fudge. This skull is just next level annoying. God, that's really annoying. It disappeared. God.
Come forth, wretches, and dispose of this unfilial oath.
We still got this, guys. Oh boy. Oh, ouch. Why does that thing always hit me? Always. Without fail. I just have to outrun it. Oh, fudge. Ah, run! It always hits me. It's like literally the worst thing. And it hits me for a lot too. It's fucking hurts. Run. Yo. WTF, bro.
I thought you planned to handle this yourself.
You brought this on yourself.
I hear you.
Darkness.
Can you actually stop? Literally OP. Literally OP.
I shall not fall to you again.
Far out! That green thing had the range of an entire universe. Fudge you, fudge. I'm sick of this stupid skull. Run away from that crap. Oh my god. Run. Fudge. No. I'm dead. I can't. There's no way I can win here. Bro, it's OP as shit.
He's strong, I'll give him that.
What? Hey, wow, you did it! According to my list here, it says you've died, what, 50 times at least? That's more than anybody's died around here, I think.
Oh my god. Oh god. So good.
I'm sure you can catch up.
That Hades is OP. With their stupid skulls that track you down.
Quite often, and my memories of her, despite my best attempts to prolong my existence here, I would call.
Oops.
Torture yourself, mate. You've been through enough. As is she.
You don't think I know that in my career? There's a difference between knowing it and doing it. It's harder than it looks, I'm telling you.
I too once had ideas, Zagreus. Ideas and inspirations. It was so very wonderful to have those.
I know.
I've considered it in my queue, but I thought that would just be unfair, so I decided against it.
Fair market value.
How fair are your labor?
Reasonable, true.
A certain look about you. Everything all right?
It's just, within Elysium, I happened on a shade who said he knew you. Said he misses you. Do you know a Patroclus, sir?
What? Yes. I knew Patroclus. Is he all right?
I don't know. He seemed like he's known better times than these. Is there something I should say to him if I run into him again?
Please send him my regards. And all my love.
Oh.
I think of him always. But I cannot see him any longer. And you mustn't ask me why, do you understand? Now, leave me be, please, lad. I need some time.
Take care then, sir.
There's gotta be something in here at some point. There's really nothing? I don't want a book. Don't get me a book about Greek gods. I'll never read it. Save your money. Unless I read it to you guys in stream.
Okay. Can't sleep.
It's a love story. Do you think that's gonna entice me to read you this book? A love story? You think I'm that easy? You just think you're gonna say it's a love story and all of a sudden I'm hooked? I'm like, all right, I'll read stupid book. They tried that with Twilight. I got to page 50 and then I stopped reading it. Look, Livy, it's like fishing with dynamite. Accuracy through volume. Oh my god. Fair enough. All right. I mean, whatever can work sometimes. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Livy, sorry, I didn't know you were still streaming.
Oh, I was just finishing. What's up?
I'll talk to you on the live stream later.
Okay.
Hey, everyone. Hi, everyone.
Jesse says hi. Yeah, it's a roguelike game chain. So basically, when you die, you get like a little stronger. But it's like a tech tree that you build up the way you want to build it up. So it's quite unique. Wasn't Twilight a good book? No. Wait. Have you read it? Listen, the Odyssey Odyssey. Is that how you pronounce it? Which is a story about Odysseus. Oh, I just pronounced that correctly. Nice. It's the best 50 cents I've ever spent in a local thrift store. Fair enough. All right. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate all you guys' love and support. We'll be back tomorrow. And don't forget, we got a cosplay coming out in a couple days, which is absolutely bomb. So check it out, !social. And the charity will still be live for, the rest of the day. So check out all the charity streamers and give them some love. Donate to the charity towards a good cause if you can. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Good night, Mullet. Bye, Sados. See you, Donnie. Bye, Chuckles. Have a great one always. I hope you have a great night. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna drink some water and work on some cosplay, and it will be good. I'll play some music for you guys. Oh yeah. Bye, MQ. See you, Attic. Bye, Chain. Bye, everybody. I'm gonna try and find someone to raid for you guys. Probably someone from the charity event. Yeah. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been laughing and blasting so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, yeah, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lined in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta look. As they cook, I see myself in the pistol smoke. I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like. Knees in the night, say your prayers in the street light. Let's spend it most their lives living in a gangsta's paradise. Let's spend it most their lives living in a gangsta's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in a gangsta's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in a gangsta's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the streets, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too many television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. I got a tin in my hand and a gleam in my eye.